Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Indiana Family and Social Services Administration's quarterly financial review. We will begin with the Division of Family Resources. A reminder, if you have questions, you can raise your hand and we will bring you a note card and you can fill out that note card and we will ask your question at the end of the presentation, or you can go to the Ask the Secretary mailbox at askthesecretary@fssa.in.gov and email your questions there. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Sunshine Beam. I'm the Director of the Division of Family Resources. The Division of Family Resources helps if sorry about that. The Division of Family Resources administers eligibility for Indiana's key safety net programs, including Medicaid, SNAP, and TANF. Division manages applications, renewals, and case maintenance through 102 statewide offices, ensuring accurate and timely service delivery. DFR's performance directly supports program integrity, federal compliance, and responsible stewardship of state resources. Can't hear me? Is that better? Okay. Sorry about that. This is a map of how the Division of Family Resources, how we manage the offices. We're broken up into 10 regions throughout the state. We have at least one office in every county, and we lease approximately 146,000 square feet of real estate. Here's an outline of the items we're going to cover today. We're going to address their financial summary as it relates to SNAP, TANF, Impact, and Medicaid, the refugee program, the burial program, and the other costs that DFR incurs. Okay.
Here's just a DFR financial summary of the different programs that we'll be covering throughout the presentation.
SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. The Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program provides food assistance to low-income individuals. It's a federal aid program administered by the USDA Food and Nutrition Service. The distribution of benefits occurs at the state level. Benefits are provided on an electronic card that is used like a debit card and accepted at most grocery stores. The benefit is currently 100% federally funded. The administrative costs are split, 50% being funded by the state. This changes to 75% state funded in October of 2026. There are some upcoming SNAP changes that are from HR 1 at the federal level. SNAP administration state share increases to 75%, effective 10/1/2026. The estimated fiscal impact for SFY 27 is approximately $37 million. This covers 9 months of the state fiscal year. The annual estimated fiscal impact is $47 million. The state share of SNAP benefits is based on the SNAP payment error rates. Effective 10/1/2027 will either be based on the error rate for 2025 or 2026. Based on Indiana SNAP issuance in 2025 of approximately $1.4 billion, the state impact could be anywhere from $71.5 million to $214.4 million, depending on what our error rate is. For FFY 24, the error rate was 9.27. Preliminary, it is between 6% and 7%. FNS has not validated that, so that is an internal number only. We also have upcoming SNAP changes related to Senate Enrolled Act 1. We eliminated broad-based categorical eligibility of SNAP. Effective 7/1/2026, this law restores federal asset limits for SNAP applicants by ending expanded categorical eligibility. The federal asset limits for SNAP are $3,000 for non-disabled, non-elderly households and $4,500 for elderly and disabled households. There's also stricter verification requirements for income, resources, and immigration status. Here's some SNAP information this far for SFY 26. We have, for the third quarter, we had an average of 257 100 households. We had 5,026,834 recipients. Our average issuance per person was $197.63. And the average issuance per household was $404.96. Our total issuance, there is a typo on this slide. Our total issuance this far for SFY 26 is $980,333,106. It's not 1 point, that's a typo on this slide. Sorry about that. Total applications we've processed close to 300,000 from July of 25 through March of 26, and we have completed 119,299 redeterminations for SNAP benefits this year in SFY 26. This is a comparison for 10 years ago, from 10 years ago to today. 10 years ago, SNAP issuance from July to March was $857,399,534. And as I said, the SNAP issuance for this year is $980,333,106. And the average issuance per household in March of 2016 was $273.51.
For the SNAP admin program, this state fiscal year, we had an appropriation reduction of 326,979, which had a federal impact of 326,979, which was a total reduction of the program of 653,958. The year-to-date actuals was 1.7 million with a favorable variance. And that was due to multiple vendors were just running below the average monthly compared to the contractual amount. And then last quarter, we were forecasting a 1.9 underspend compared to a 2.1 underspend for this quarter. Our SNAP impact program, there was a appropriation reduction of $150,808. The federal impact was $150,808 with a total reduction for the program of $301,616. The year-to-date variance was 2.3 million. And now we had multiple vendors that haven't billed any claims for this year yet. We don't anticipate them to. Last quarter, we were forecasting a 1.8 million underspend compared to 1.8, so no major changes. Our EBT program, there was a appropriation reduction of 6,115. The federal impact was 6,264. Which was a total reduction of 12,379. We are showing year-to-date a overspend of 145,892. And that's just due to our data warehouse costs are higher than what the program can actually absorb, which we are showing a 136,986 overspend for the program, which we anticipated at the beginning of the year that we'll have to come up with the state dollars for that.
Our TANF program, temporary assistance for. Yeah. Which. Yes, I mean, we've returned to business as usual. I think we dealt with the shutdown. All of our vendors supported us. The state staff were great. And internally, we followed the federal guidance. We issued the SNAP benefits as quickly as we're able to get everybody back to their full allotment for the month of November. No, not from my point of view. No, we didn't have any. Everybody was very, vendors were very flexible. Everybody was great in helping us get that done. Thank you. So our TANF program, Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, provides cash assistance services to assist families with children under age 18 and pregnant women. The goal of the TANF program is to help individuals achieve or return to economic self-sufficiency. As a condition of eligibility for TANF, adult applicants are required to attend applicant job search orientation and complete applicant job search activities. Failure to complete these activities will result in the application being denied. Applicant job search started in November of 2011.
Here's just a breakdown of our FFY 26 TANF funding allocation, which shows the different programs outside of just DFR where TANF is allocated to.
These are our TANF program metrics. Total TANF issuance this far in SFY 2026 is $18,361,842. We, in the month of March, had 11,474 total recipients, which is about average. You can see consistently that's about how many people we serve each month. We average about 4,700 applications a month.
For our TANF admin program, the year-to-date variance is 17.6 underspend, and the big majority of that's coming out of our 0.8. Our TANF cash assistance has been a little bit lower than we expected. And then also year-to-date, our working families, there's about $10 million underspend, but we do anticipate to see that coming in this next quarter. So that should actually level out. We're forecasting at the end of the year around $11.2 million underspend for the program.
DFR's impact program, the Indiana Manpower and Placement and Comprehensive Training Program, aims to help participants achieve economic self-sufficiency through a combination of education, training, and employment supportive services. Services available include job skills training, assistance with resume writing, interview preparation, and access to local job fairs and employment opportunities. The impact program is available to SNAP and TANF recipients. And for SFY 26, on an average, we served 642 individuals in the impact program, with the majority of them being SNAP recipients. This is our Medicaid eligibility metrics. In the month of March, we had a little less than 1.6 million individuals enrolled in Medicaid. For Medicaid applications and redeterminations in SFY 26, DFR completed 629,988 applications for Medicaid and did approximately 1 million redeterminations. Our estimate is we will, according to Senate Enrolled Act 1, we will have to check compliance with the Medicaid work requirements at least quarterly. So that will increase the number of checks 2 times. Then on top of that, HR 1 changed the redetermination for individuals on HIP to 6 months. So now that adds another redetermination. So at least by 3-fold for the HIP population. So for approximately 500,000 individuals. DFR administers a refugee program in Indiana. Indiana Refugee Services provides assistance and services to refugees, asylees, certain Amur, Asian, Afghan, and Ukrainian immigrants, and Cuban Haitian entrants and victims of human trafficking. The Indiana Refugee Services monitors program planning, provision of services, and provides technical assistance to ensure compliance with federal and state regulations governing the delivery of refugee assistance and services, including cash and medical assistance. All individuals served by the Indiana Refugee Services have legally entered the United States through applicable federal programs. The refugee program was paused in early 2025, but was restarted in November of 2025. Indiana has received 48 refugees from November of 25 through March of 26. And for you, as I said, we administer refugee medical assistance and refugee cash assistance. In March, we had 349 individuals receiving refugee medical assistance, and then 223 individuals receiving refugee cash assistance. You can see this number decline as the number of non-citizens entering Indiana decreases.
Here for the refugee program, we're showing year-to-date 17.1 underspend, which that really doesn't capture the true underspend, because when we did the budget at the very beginning of the year for cash and medical, it was based on FFY 25 recipients in the budget last year. But due to the changes in the program, that our budget for FFY 26 is drastically lower than that. So as of right now, though, we're showing a 23.3 million at the end of the year underspend. But as I was mentioning, that was based on FFY 25 recipients and budget.
The DFR burial program, the burial assistance program was established by the state of Indiana to help with burial costs for those who are eligible in specific Medicaid categories. Burial assistance eligible categories are Medicaid for the aged and disabled, Medicaid for the disabled working, Medicaid for the blind, Medicaid for individuals receiving SSI, and then Medicaid for individuals who are receiving room and board. The maximum benefit amount is $1,200 for a funeral and $800 for the cemetery. The rates were last updated in 2013. For the month of March, we did 412 funeral claims and 81 cemetery claims, which for SFY 26 brings us to a total of 4,155 burial claims that we paid.
For a burial program, year-to-date expenses, we were showing 339,756 overspend. Historically, there has been an overspend in this program. We are forecasting 491,486 at the end of the year. Compared to last quarter, though, last quarter we were forecasting 1.9 million. We saw for our winter months decreases in the cemetery and the monetary, so that had an impact on our year-end forecast. County admin, we had a state appropriation reduction of 5.7 million. The federal impact was 8.9. So the total reduction for the program was 19.6. Year-to-date variance, we're showing a $7 million overspend, and we are forecasting a $12.8 million overspend by year end. Last quarter, we were forecasting a $22.9 million overspend. And what caused that difference from 22 to 12 is that one of our big contracts, Maximus, they were underspending in their variable costs. So we had some contract or savings in that contract. And then also for our guide soft, there's been some underspending there. So we had some savings there as well.
This is our DFR staffing summary. In the month of March, we had 1,282 state employees at DFR, and then we had 1,755 contract staff working at DFR. That was a total of 3,037 total staff between contractors and state doing DFR's work.
And how many do we think we are raising? How many people are we hiring for air rate and work requirements?
465.
State employees.
Yes, sir. In November of 2025, an additional 65 state eligibility workers were added to provide additional oversight to decrease the SNAP error rate. This support unit is called the Central Integrity Review Team. As of March 31st, 2026, 31 of the 65 approved positions have been filled. In March of 2026, an additional 400 state eligibility staff were added to DFR staff. These staff were added to support Medicaid community engagement and other changes related to Senate Enrolled Act 1 and HR 1.
For our DFR admin program, we had a appropriation reduction of $105,120. The federal impact was $149,531. So the total reduction for the program was $254,651. The year-to-date variance was $172,409 underspend. And as of right now, we're projecting $153,144 year-end underspend. No major changes compared to last quarter for this program. Our IAS program, we had a appropriation reduction of $557,486. The federal impact of that was $998,196. The total impact is 1.5 million. And then our year-to-date variance, we had a $1.1 million underspend, and that's due to just the Deloitte, our Deloitte contract at 0.3. They're running like 1 month behind on claims. We are forecasting a $1.1 million overspend by year end. Compared to last quarter, we were projecting to be underspend of only 28K. The impact of this was due to 0.9. In January, we had around $1 million of expenses come in for our postage. So that drove the cost up.
And Sunshine, with work requirements, what do we think our postage will be? Do you have a sense of that?
It will at least be 1.5 times what it is now.
And here's just a summary of our major contracts that run through DFR.
Do we have any questions? Any other questions?
We have not received any, so
Okay.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will return here at 10 o'clock for the Office of Early Childhood and Out of School Learning. Welcome to the Indiana Family and Social Services Quarterly Financial Review. Next up is the Office of Early Childhood and Out of School Learning, and we will begin with Director Adam Olson.
As Marcus said, I'm Adam Alson, the Director of the Office of Early Childhood and Out of School Learning for FSSA. And thank you for being here for the March, let's do state fiscal year 2026 Q3 quarterly financial review. Brief overview of what our office does. We've done these many times. Always a good idea to remind, what does the office do? We do 2 things. First, we regulate and license childcare programs throughout the state of Indiana that include childcare centers, ministries, and centers, and homes. And we also administer CCDF or Child Care Development Fund funding, state appropriated funds, and other federal government grants as directed. Our 2 major programs are our 2 voucher programs. First is the CCDF voucher program for ages 0 to 13 and the On My Way pre-K program for 4-year-olds. So obviously, childcare has been an issue in the news over the last couple weeks. We will get into very soon what around the Frog Fund, what that means for us as an office and how we will execute. But first, I wanted to give a brief history on how we got to this point. So first off, 1935, federal policy was created, Aid to Dependent Children, which was a federal and state cash assistance program that is financed through open-ended grants. This eventually becomes the Assistance to Aid to Family and Dependent Children program. In 1990, the Child Care Development Block Grant Act was enacted, this creates a standalone federal child care block grant for low-income families. In the mid-90s, we then had welfare reform. So in the debate as a country around what should we do as a country around helping people better their situations in their lives. And what came out of that through the Clinton administration and the bipartisan was the bipartisan PIORA, or Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Act. This replaced the cash payments that were in AFDC and created TANF. And it also did another thing. It also reorganizes childcare funding at the federal level. What this does is this creates the federal policy around work as a priority of the federal government, and then therefore also for state governments as well. It ended cash welfare entitlement and expanded state flexibility and unified major childcare subsidy streams under CCDF. For the biggest thing that it did for this discussion here is it made a major policy connection between the priority of the work as being a priority and the requirement that and the understanding that childcare availability and the availability to pay for childcare for those families becomes interlocked with federal work policy. At a state level in 2015, the next major initiative was the On My Way Pre-K program. It was a pilot program in 2015, and then in 2019, it was expanded to all 92 counties. So coming up closer to present day, 2001 to 24 is the era of federal COVID funding. We've gone over this many times at these QFRs. Effectively, what it was is, we have a influx of funding into the state childcare system. What that did was it did two things. It affected both the demand side for CCDF voucher enrollment, but also the supply side as well. So CCDF voucher enrollment increased by 60% over those 4 years, and supply, regulated childcare supply, also increased by 25% as well. That federal COVID funding ended in September 24. Waitlist was instituted in December of 24. Effectively, there wasn't really a plan after this funding ended to say, all right, what do we do next? How do we fund these vouchers that we have over time? This will be the last time I show this slide in one of these. 25, all of last year, has been effectively cash flow mitigation. We inherited a problem. And we've been doing all we can to mitigate the effects of it as much as possible. In the last budget cycle, there was $147 million that was appropriated for hold harmless funding. Waitlist continues through 25. Throughout all of 25, we instituted as an office a cost containment strategy to manage our own costs and put those savings into CCDF vouchers funding as well. And we reduced reimbursement rates in September of 25 to actual cost survey levels to continue to mitigate the problem that we had, we set the priority of that we would continue to uphold the promise of existing CCDF voucher holders. So that brings us to today, Frog Fund augmentation. So Frog Fund is the Financial Responsibility and Opportunity Growth Fund. Within Senate Enrolled Act 4 in last session, there was a mechanism that was created that gave the optionality to the administration and the state budget agency to say, if you would like, there's an ability to augment funds from the general fund into the Frog Fund, specifically for CCDF vouchers. We would like to thank our partners in the General Assembly, especially Senators Mishler and Garden, who introduced this language in the Senate Appropriations Committee during session. This allowed us to thoughtfully go through what is an appropriate amount and what is the appropriate way to execute this. So last week we presented a proposal to the State Budget Committee of $200 million augmentation into the Frog Fund to fund CCDF vouchers, and that was approved on 4/16. What this money will do and what this funding will do is
Adam,
yes.
if I may, before we did this, made this recommendation both to the governor and to the General Assembly through the State Budget Committee, I want to make sure that folks understand that we went to every childcare development facility and every ministry to make sure that the children were actually there, so we didn't have any of the issues that Minnesota had.
Yes, is one thing that we have been doing, we have done since our last QFR here, is that we have visited and we have spot checked for enrollment every CCDF eligible provider, centers, homes, and a high proportion centers, ministries in a high proportion of the homes to make sure that there are actually kids there, and there are. Go ahead.
What was that process called that we used?
TOAD, Total Operational Analysis of Daycare.
So we used TOAD to make sure we got the frog right.
Yes, we did, Secretary. The very good point. And I to elaborate on that slightly, and I think this is a great time to bring this up, is, from our perspective as an office, and part of being fiscally responsible with taxpayer funds means that appropriate oversight exists, right? And that we are providing it. And I think this is something that should not, any state program that has this, we should expect that. And we've been able to execute on that. And, we look forward in the future to continue to build what our capabilities are as an office, capabilities with FSSA around anti-fraud measures and compliance mitigation. Okay, so back to Frog. Now we got done with Toad, so now we're back to Frog. So what we are going to do with these $200 million is that we'll be increasing the CCDF voucher enrollment baseline from 43,000 to roughly 57,000. We will have, and that is a projection. I want to be very clear, that is a projection. That is what we expect currently. However, this is a dynamic program with a large wait list that we do not know exactly if everybody qualifies or not. And we also don't know how much the cost of each of those additional vouchers will become an obligation to the state of Indiana over the next few years. So our slot allocation strategy will be a set of set-asides, which includes foster and kinship families, children with special needs, working with DCS, with children in needs of services, homeless applicants, child care workers, and Ivy Tech applicants. There's numbers on here for each of these. These are estimates on what we think the demand of each of these set-asides are. They are not necessarily set in stone numbers. As we continue to mitigate and go through this program and start to roll this back up, we will continually be observing what each of these are and especially around the ones with DCS, so the foster and kinship families and the CHINs, working with them as we have to this point to both understand what current demand is and also be able to project potentially what future demand will be as well. So those are the set-asides. And then we'll be doing priority groups. First priority group will be siblings of existing voucher holders. Next will be non-sibling infants, and then non-sibling toddlers, and then part of the 3, 4, and 5-year-old wait list. Within each of these, we will go first in, first out. Our goal with this entire structure is to say, all right, what is the best use of state appropriation and state dollars? So what I mean by that is that the set-asides up there, there are multiple policy goals outside of just the work program that these dollars can leverage. From the priority group perspective, we took into account what is the most needed in the space. You know, you've seen me be up here at various ones of these in the past. Effectively, we have no infants on the program currently. And we have, you know, we'll get in, the numbers are in the slide deck later, but I think toddlers are 60% less than what they were before in 2024. Siblings, we chose siblings because, well, if you've got one child that has a voucher, you need all of your children to have a voucher to be able to put them in places and then go to work. So we wanted to be very cognizant about how we are and be very intentional about how we are going to execute this. As part of that intentionality is also comes that with the understanding and the idea that what we are talking about here around increasing CCDF enrollment in effectively is increasing the demand side in the childcare market. And we as an office need to be cognizant of the supply side as well. So to that end, we will begin enrollment of this program in late May. We gave ourselves a few weeks on this because we wanted to get getting to the supply side. Childcare businesses will have to make decisions upon this new information and this new funding that will be coming into the system. They will have to make the business decision to open up classrooms that they may have closed, to hire staff or hire additional staff. We want to give time to the supply side of the childcare space to make those business decisions appropriately. Our current eligibility office capacity is roughly 3,000 a month, so that is applicants that we will be pulling off the wait list at 3,000 a month. So note that there will be a ramp up in this program. And also note that not every applicant will also become a CCDF voucher holder. Historically, the conversion rate has been, and this is during the area of federal COVID funding, 21 to 24, the rate that we saw of conversion was roughly 50 to 60%. As we roll this program back out again, we will have a much better handle on what that will be going forward, and then we'll adjust appropriately, obviously. On the supply side as well, we are going to be pairing this program, the demand side with variances for classroom age restrictions as well to give greater flexibility to childcare businesses to make those business decisions I mentioned earlier. And most importantly, you all get to see a bunch of slides about how we're executing this in future QFRs, but also early learning advisory committee meetings. So that's how we're executing all of this. And that's the operational side. And there's another side of this as well, is how do we manage this from a cash flow perspective for the state of Indiana? So over the last few months, as long with Toad, we've also created ourselves a cash flow, a creed that we are working through from a financial responsibility perspective. And that is the following. So each CCDF voucher is a set of cash flows with complex embedded optionality that in aggregate creates a multiple year obligation of uncertain length for the state of Indiana. So what all that means is, first bullet point, right? There's an enrollment, and there's so a child with a voucher enrolls in an eligible childcare facility. There's a certain reimbursement rate. That reimbursement rate is known. However, the parent also has the optionality to choose whether to continue to enroll that child in that one program or to change as well. And we also we know that it's also not just that the average life of a CCDF voucher is roughly 2.5 years. So it's not just a one-year obligation. However, the frolic funding is only for up to state fiscal year 27. And of uncertain length for the state of Indiana, we know what the average life is. However, that means that 50% are more than 2.5 years and 50 or less than 2.5 years. So what all that means from a cash flow management perspective is that we have to acknowledge and understand that all future policy and funding decisions regarding CCDF vouchers must take this uncertainty into account. And it also means, like I mentioned, I will reiterate because it is, I think, almost the most important point here, is that the additional 14,000 vouchers that we are going to be enrolling here will have a longer life and become an obligation of longer length to the state of Indiana than what our existing funding is. So to put all that in like a graphical form, this is the best we could come up with, but I think it's pretty good. So what this is this is our historical, oh, this is how many vouchers we've had on the program historically. And overlaid is what our projected future funding is. Down at the bottom, the green box is our current state annual funding from the state general fund. It's approximately $39 million. And that's converted into mounted number of vouchers that we can fund with that. We use those funds, Tammy will get into it later, to then maximize the amount of federal funds that we pull down for this program. We do it for two things, the Child Care Development Block Grant or CCDF fund, but also the state of Indiana transfers 30% of TANF funds from the TANF program to fund child care vouchers. And that was referenced in the DFR presentation previous. So the yellow box is what the $200 million buys you. So what it does is it buys you an additional 14,000 vouchers for 1 year. What it doesn't do is the red box, which is funding for future fiscal years that is of unknown at this time, but the idea here and the concept is that the governor's budget next year will for the early childhood learning line item, which is where the state funding comes from, will reflect a commitment to maintain this funding for CCDF vouchers over future fiscal years. So that's Frog Fund. That's where we are currently. Look forward to rolling this out over the next few months and reporting back to all of you and on where we are and where we're going on this. However, the funding is only one piece of it. I've mentioned this in other QFRs as well in the past, but we've also been doing regulatory modernization as well as an office. The administrative code for OECOSL and childcare is 20 plus years old in a lot of instances, and there's an opportunity to make it easier for childcare businesses to continue in the space, but then also to create new supply as well, while also maintaining health and safety of children and being able to reduce administrative burden. So through the work of a lot of great people on my team over the last 6-7 months, we are very close to rolling out administrative code proposals for both childcare homes and childcare centers. Those will go into the code process. Those will be released into the public code process here very, very soon, I believe within probably the next month. So we've been doing other things as well. So we've been going through an eligibility office RFP as well. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be moving to effectively one statewide vendor for all eligibility operations, creating a central eligibility office while establishing regional eligibility offices for our geographic reach throughout the state. Our goal here is we have three goals. It's consistency across the eligibility process, access, and then also accountability as well. So this is effective on October 1st of 2026, and the preliminary award phase has existed, and it was awarded to South Lake Gymnast. So Central Eligibility Office will process all authorizations and reauthorizations, handle intake and call handling for consistency, and standardize expectations statewide. The regional eligibility offices will be local in-person support and call handling, process case changes, and have a stronger connection to the communities in which they reside. So, mentioned this previously, but I'll say it again, right? What we're looking to do is strengthen consistency within this program throughout the state. And with that, also improves access to families and also to increase accountability and accessibility across our system. And, you know, the end goal here is a better customer service experience, both for families of CCDF voucher holders or potential CCDF voucher holders, but also for childcare businesses and eligible CCDF providers as well. So I will run through these very quickly because I know Tammy's got stuff to say. These are, which is the actual point of the exercise, but there's a lot of it. I'm going to run through very quickly historical data. You can see this is regulated childcare supply. It has flattened out over the last couple of months that we've seen, and total voucher enrollment continues to decline. Note that we are slightly under the 43,000. This is now the next slide. Total vouchers roughly at 41,000. Wait list is at 1,000. Total wait list is at 37,000. So we're under that 43,000 level as well. So as this note that as on top of the 14,000 that we can additionally fund as well, as the natural attrition rate on the CCDF vouchers continue to decline, we will enroll as well children as we go up to that 43,000 level as well. So we project that could be an additional 12,000 plus over the next year as well. Historical statistics. On my ways on here. So on my way pre-K enrollment started last month, or sorry, earlier this month actually. Note last year we did not reach the 2,500 that we thought that we could fund. So there is an opportunity, I think, for on my way pre-K enrollment to become higher in the state of Indiana. Here's voucher statistics. I mentioned this earlier on around how we determined our priority groups. Note there are effectively no infants on the program in the state of Indiana, and toddlers have are down 60% from the highs. Regulated childcare supply statistics. So total childcare supply in Indiana year over year is actually higher by a little bit under 1%. Note that the number of locations has decreased, which we'll see in the next slide, means that when what is closed and where we're seeing the decline is actually in the home side. We're seeing actually, we're seeing year over year growth in center supply in the state of Indiana and relatively flat supply in the registered ministry space. It is homes, which has a, think of a home as, we have the average seats of the location there. It's these 10 to 16 seat homes. Those are the things that are seeing the hardest hit from the things over the last couple of years. So there's one thing that this is new, but I'll be very brief on this, is that a point that's kind of, I think, gotten lost in all this over the last few last few months is that childcare broadly in Indiana as a market, there is a natural churn in the space. So centers open, facilities open and facilities close. This goes back to 2020. The first couple columns gives you programs open, programs closed. And I think the important thing to note is that even through 21 to 24, where during the era of COVID funding, we still saw significant openings and both openings and closures in the childcare market in Indiana. Cost containment, I mentioned it earlier, is something we did. We are still on state fiscal year 26, so this is important still. The yellow are all the contracts that we either terminated, amended, or renewed for cost savings. And the eligibility office contracts I already mentioned before, right? We put that out to bid and we're going through that process right now. We saved $30 million in this state fiscal year and $75 million over the biennium, and all these go to fund CCDF vouchers. Along with that, we've also reduced our overhead and third-party vendor staff by 2/3 and reducing total staffing by 48%. And with that comes a decreased amount that we are spending on overhead, and a higher percentage of our funding is going to the whole point of the exercise and going to CCDF vouchers and going to families. And I'll leave it there. I'm now going to give the clicker over to Tammy and we'll go from there.
So just to reiterate, like we have in the past few QFRs, I'd like to show you just graphically what Adam had talked about is where our funding comes from. Our federal funds consist of the Child Care and Development Fund, which is actually 3 separate grants, a mandatory, a matching, which means state money's involved, and a discretionary fund of grants. But basically, just to let you know, the 3 grants are combined into this Child Care Development Fund, along with the 30% transfer to our CCDF from TANF. In the state budget line items currently, the Early Childhood Learning Fund consists of the amounts that we are awarded by the state, and those are used entirely for the match to the federal grants or the required state spending associated with the federal grants. The Pre-K Education Fund funds our On My Way Pre-K vouchers. And in the current year, we've had the one-time hold harmless funding, which helped assist us continue our obligations for childcare funding that were previously obligated under the 24 and 25 federal grant awards. Oh, it's me. Overall, for OECOSL, for the quarter ending March 31st, we have spent $344 million. From that, $294.6 million of that was applied to our services, which is our vouchers. What we expect to do through the end of the year is continue that, and you'll see that with the cost savings showing in the external services expense line of 23 million and the grant expense, which is our subrecipients of grant funds, of 6.6 million. That is the result of our cost savings, and those were applied to our childcare vouchers, and we have eliminated the shortfall that we had talked about in the past 2 quarters through those use of that and the hold harmless funds. And we are additionally showing that we plan to spend through the rest of the year about 34 million less than what we had originally budgeted for our 26, primarily due to fewer children reauthorizing than we had anticipated, which is good news because it leaves us additional money, as Adam had talked about, to start enrolling children along with the frog funds we're receiving. To look at this by program, I'll talk about CCDF and On My Way Pre-K in a little more detail in the next slide, but let's run through quickly all of our other programs. Our preschool development grant spending, which is a 3-year federal grant we had gotten, has ended. And as a final thing, we show that we, as OECOSL, were able to spend about 5.9 million more than we had planned for our programs, because other agencies did not use the funds that they were provided, and they were able to transfer to us, and we were able to utilize those. The school-age child care program, Head Start collaboration, and social services block grants are all spending slightly less than is planned. Looking at a little savings under budget there. And our childcare licensing, which is a very small amount of funding we have for training of our childcare staff, is going to be right on schedule. Under the Child Care Development Fund, I'd like to point out again that the professional services and subrecipients are the main crux of our savings, and we were able then to take that and utilize that for childcare vouchers. We plan for the entire year to come out a little bit of under budget of $63 million. And I did want to note that none of these include, since they were as of March 31st, there is nothing in here including any of the frog fundings. It's the funding that we had as of the 31st. Switching over to the On My Way Pre-K fund, we have also some savings here. The 5.1 million in our services is due to the fact that we never enrolled up to the 2,500 children that we had anticipated. So that savings is carried forward for the year. And we've had some contract savings along here as well. So we plan for the year at this time that we should be about $8 million under budget for these. And if you'd like to see the detail for the other non-subsidy programs that we had discussed, that is available on FSSA's QFR webpage to show the detail spend for those. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. That's our presentation. Is there any questions?
Yes, we did receive a couple of questions online. A reminder, if you are in the room and you have a question, you can fill out a note card and we will ask those questions at the end of the presentation. Or if you're watching online, or if you're in the room and you have your smartphone, you can email the Ask the Secretary inbox at askthesecretary@fssa.in.gov. And just a quick kind of housekeeping note, if your question doesn't get read live here during this presentation, it could be for a number of reasons. Some people are asking like 10 and 12 questions. We won't read all of those questions from a single person. Another, maybe it's a statement disguised as a question. We're not going to read those as well. But any questions that are submitted that aren't read during this broadcast will be answered in written form later. So the first question we have is from Martha Ray, an early childhood advocate and educator from Valparaiso. How much did it cost the state? And these are multiple questions, so but they're all the same theme, so I'm going to read them all. How much did it cost the state to conduct the unannounced visits by the Inspector General's office of each program in the state that accepts CCDF? How many programs were inspected? And what was the system integrity gain for this use of state dollars?
Well, I think the cost is effectively minimal with regards to the size of the program itself. Program integrity and from my perspective and our perspective as an office and broadly within FSSA, program integrity is part of doing business in these types of programs. And it's part of fiscal responsibility, like I mentioned earlier. It is part and parcel with the responsibility of executing and administrating programs of this size. It was executed by FSSA with our partners in FSSA broadly. And at the end of the day, like we should expect these sorts of things to happen within any program where there is substantial taxpayer funds that are used to administer and fund programs. Secretary, would you like to add anything to that?
I would. The worst thing that could have happened to childcare in Indiana would have been to inject $200 million of additional taxpayer money into the program and discover that there was fraud going on as in Minnesota. So we satisfied ourselves and satisfied the governor and the legislature that there's not fraud going on in this program, candidly, unlike several of our other FSSA programs. So we're pleased to that. And this was a prerequisite of our recommendation.
Thank you for making that point, Secretary.
Our next question is from Jason McManus, President and CEO of the Wabash Center in Lafayette, Indiana. He says, Adam, thank you for your presentation today. Regarding the appropriation from the Frog Fund, is this $200 million in state dollars eligible for federal match?
No, that's a good question. No, it is not. And this is something I probably should have mentioned. So we, as a state of Indiana, we maximize the amount of federal dollars we can pull down for this program. So that is what the $40 million in the early childhood learning line, that's what it does. That allows the state of Indiana to pull down approximately the $350 million from the federal government currently. That is a longstanding policy of the state of Indiana. I believe Secretary Roob, that's been happening since the first go around, right? You were here. I won't say how long ago that was. Longer than me, so I'll just put it that way. And we will continue to draw down as much federal funds as we can for this program as well. So the short answer is no, it has no effect on federal matches.
And that's it for questions. We will now take a short break and return at 10:45 for the Division of Mental Health and Addiction. If everyone could please find your seats, we will be starting here in the next minute. If you don't sit down, I'll start calling you out by name. Outfit. Thank you for coming to the Indiana Family and Social Services Administration's quarterly financial review. Next, we have the Division of Mental Health and Addiction. A reminder, if you have a question and you're in the room, you can raise your hand and we'll get you a note card so that you can write that question down. If you are watching online or have access to your smartphone, you can send an email to the Ask the Secretary mailbox at askthesecretary@fssa.in.gov. We will be reading those questions after the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Sarah Sailors, the Director for the Division of Mental Health and Addiction. Before we get started, I wanted to make an announcement. We've had a lot of changes at DMHA in the last couple of weeks, and Kelly Welker has been promoted into the Deputy Director and Chief of Staff role for us. I've also, thank you. Congratulations. Recently promoted Nikki Howenstein into the role of Division Director of Mental Health and Wellness. And then Jenna Ward has been promoted into the role of Division Director of Quality Improvement and Program Integrity. Very exciting. So thank you. More? This better? Okay. DMHA sets the care standards for the provision of mental health and addiction. We ensure that clients have access to quality services. We certify all of the community mental health centers. We designate catchment areas for both CMHCs and our certified community behavioral health clinics, or CCBHCs. We operate 6 psychiatric hospitals, one of which serves children only, one that serves both adults and children, and then 4 that serve adults only. We also provide funding support for mental health and addiction services to target populations who have a financial need, and then we administer federal funds. We are going to start today by passing it off to Katrina Norris, who oversees our state psychiatric hospitals.
Hello, good morning. So I appreciate the opportunity to present here first today. And I appreciate you, Director Sailors, because it gives the hospital staff across the state the statement that we are all in this together and we are a valuable part of this division. So thank you. Your recognition is appreciated. So today we're going to look at some hospital operations, patient volumes, financial stability within the state psychiatric hospital network. This section highlights the latest census and admissions data for Q3, which is 1,423 admissions so far this state fiscal year, which puts us on track to exceed likely the previous state fiscal year. The next couple of slides are summarizing some key operational metrics across the state hospital network. The data includes occupancy at each location, as you can see there, as well as in the next slides, we'll talk about length of wait. So you can clearly see occupancy has remained consistent across the network, but unfortunately so has our wait list. The length of wait average you see there of 38 days, I want to clarify that includes both civil and forensic patient populations averaged out across each location. I also would like to note that the length of wait is impacted by a variety of factors, including our staffing, obviously occupancy, patient acuity levels, and individualized patient needs. For example, some of our patients are not safe in a room with a roommate, so they need single occupancy rooms for the safety of everyone. This is our adult patient populations, and this slide presents the number of Q3 admissions alongside the current active patient census. This was updated in mid-April, and the figure really is an illustration of the growing system utilization, ongoing throughput challenges, as we have discussed many times. The competency orders for restoration services continues to impact our ability to admit the civil adult patients. These are our staffing numbers for the quarter. The state FTEs remain stable, but continue to fluctuate slightly each month. Contract staffing numbers are updated through March of 2026 there at 30.8 FTEs. This highlights ongoing reliance on contractors due to hiring delays and some vacancy impacts. Not uncommon in any healthcare entity. Our contract summary for the hospitals are here. Total contract portfolio across the network is around $75 million. So 9.6 million year-to-date expenditures and 3.9 million current balance. These are major contracts for food service, for our EHR, dental services, pharmacy support, and centralized billing and cost reporting functions. You have all seen this slide many times. It is really our historical slide about competency and the competency crisis here in Indiana. Notably that 476% increase over the decade there, outpacing our hospital's capacity. So this demand continues to strain the state hospitals despite ongoing mitigation strategies.
And how many new beds have we added to the state hospital network during this period?
That's a great question, and I don't want to give you wrong information. I know we added a unit of youth beds, but that would not be important on this slide. So I will get back to you with that exact number.
I think the answer is materially zero.
True. A lot of things changed during that time frame too. So ultimately, no huge growth of adult beds. And we lost some adult beds in the transition between Carter and the NDI. So these are our competency restoration metrics, the next two slides. This is specific to those treated in a state psychiatric hospital. We are serving very high active patient volumes, consistently 380 to 410 individuals. Monthly admissions for competency restorations remain between 44 and 63 per month, and continue to pile up, if you will, with the influx of referrals and how quickly they are coming in. It's also important to note that any referral that we receive that is a violent, serious offense, we take particularly special measures for those individuals, and we have quite a few of them. This is our Project Create slide, and if you're not familiar with Project Create, this is an alternative to a state hospital for restoration services with two inpatient vendors. So admissions, active patients, and restorations vary month to month, but do provide some needed relief to our hospital network. The contract values and balances there show the current state we are. So the year-to-date expenditures do suggest that it's stable utilization, but there is room to scale, and we are looking at that closely. As of April the 16th, there were 225 ICST orders this fiscal year. So again, the light blue bar there is a forecast based on the numbers as they come in. And unfortunately, I think we're going to meet that forecast very closely at this pace. So it reinforces that system-wide pressure and need for the mitigation strategies that we are heavily involved in. Financially, our year-to-date expenditures total 149.1 million, slightly over the year-to-date budget by 1.2 million. Our forecast and budget projections and year-end overspend is at approximately $3.4 million there. Our cost drivers, like everyone else, are salaries, benefits, overtime, staffing in general. Food services and utilities have increased faster than we had planned. I think all of us feel that strain. So funding sources mirror expenditures and highlight some similar variances. It should be noted that although the NDI presents with a larger variance in expenditures, they are also the leading contributor to the mental health fund with revenue. And you can see that in the bottom there. We also did add additional youth beds at NDI this state fiscal year that contributes to that. This is our expenditure breakdown, largest spending categories this year to date, salaries at $107.2 million, contractors at $12 million, overtime at $8.5 million, and food service at $6.9 million. Areas that we continue to monitor at all locations include our overtime growth and ongoing reliance on contracted staff. I want to share with you kind of what we've been working on lately, some of these key partnerships. So we've worked very closely with Office of Court Services, partnering and educating court personnel with options in lieu of competency orders to obtain mental health treatment for those that are entangled in the criminal justice and the mental health systems. We are a part of the AOT cohort with the Office of Behavioral Health within the Supreme Court. In addition, we are doing interagency collaborations with the Children with High Acuity Needs project work group, including cross-agency work with DCS and others for these youth that are kind of stuck and difficult to place, including having a cross-agency navigator within the NDI that has served, I believe, 6 youth to date. And then internally, the superintendents, the medical directors, and I have continuously worked through this quarter on proposals for possible solutions to bed allocations and throughput bottlenecks. All of these collaborations are critical for managing the competency pressures as well as optimizing system flow to meet the needs for all Hoosiers with SMI and/or SED diagnostics.
No worries, my bad. All right, we're gonna jump into DMHA, central office funding review. This slide here shows you just year to date how many individuals we're serving across multiple systems and multiple funding sources. We've served a little over 106,000 adults, just over 51,000 youth, for a total of 174 individuals. As a reminder, DMHA funds mental health treatment for adults with serious mental illness who are at or below 200% of the poverty level. As you see, most of the variance here is attributed to our personnel and grant expenses. DMHA, we are continuing to work with our staff to make sure that they're billing to the right codes with their time and making sure it's hitting the right grant expenses. We do see that the grant expenses and variance are higher due to when those payments are coming in. Despite these variances, we do think that we'll end slightly under budget because our current trends with our CMH or our CCBHCs and our MRO billing is under what was forecasted. We do have a balance of 21 million in our state funds, but this should balance itself out because we still have 2 payments to be made to OMPP for intergovernmental transfers, and we have 2 quarters left. Similarly to the SED population, we fund SMI, or serious emotional disturbance, for those who are under 18. This month, the variance is due to personnel expenses recently being moved, but we expect the overall variance to level out by the end of the year. This is also an area where if we do end up over budget on the SMI and have extra funds, we can slide those into this area to support that funding.
And I'm Arin Nasseri, Assistant Director for Systems Transformation. Speaking on CCBHC, first and foremost, CCBHC is our initiative to establish pilots that provide a comprehensive set of behavioral health and substance use treatment services to their designated service areas. We have currently 8 pilots providing a series of 9 services throughout their continuum and meeting 21 quality metrics that I'll be showing in the future. But first and foremost, what we're going to review today are the individuals that were served in our first year. So on this slide is represented the ages that have been served, as well as the 2 colors represented on each bar, showing the male and female folks of those age groups. As you can see, there are majority of patients in the 25 to 44 age range, as well as 45 to 64, which is about what we generally see with this. We do have 2 age groups in the 6 to 12 and 13 to 17 that have substantial utilization as well. And so this is just showing the folks that were served all throughout 2025 by those 8 pilot CCBHCs across our state.
Can you go back to that slide for a moment?
Of course.
So if you took 13, I mean, if you took the number of years, right, you've got 19 years between 25 and 44. If you took 6 to 24, that would be 18 years, I think. Right? And you stack them up all together, it would be about the same as 24 to 44. You stacked, if you took 6 to 12, 13 to 17, 18 to 20, 21 to 24, that represents an age span of 18 years, correct?
Correct.
Right. If you stacked all of those up and then you looked at the 25 to 44, I think it would be actually more.
Your math might be a little faster than mine, but I believe you may be right. Yes. But I think one of the prime reasons that we're looking at these age groups are the differences in how they're treated as well. And the 6 to 12, 13 to 17, 18 to 20, those have some specific treatments. And then 21 to 24 as well, that can kind of blend either way, but that 25 to 44 versus the 45 to 64, those 2 generally have more similar treatments that they're provided. Yeah. But I do see your point, and if you would like, we can represent.
No, I just think I mean, we need to explain why we're grouping it that way, because the issues faced by 6 to 12-year-olds are different than issues faced by 21 to 24-year-olds.
Correct.
Maybe that's obvious, but I mean, I'm not sure that the way we're presenting this tells us a lot because of the way we've structured the age pieces. You can reflect on that.
Yeah, I will, and I'll present better next
Thank you.
time. Thank you. And then here what we show are the insurance coverage that was provided to all the kind of insurance that was covered for the individuals that were served in 2025. So the majority of folks were Medicaid, and this includes HIP, dual Medicaid, Medicare, as well as straight Medicaid folks. And that was 44,340. Other insured includes folks that are covered through VA, Medicare or commercial insurance. And then uninsured are 5,988 folks. And Medicaid coverage is
Do a-
around 66% of
could
that
you-
population.
Yeah, could you do a pie chart for me at some point
Of course.
that,
Yeah.
that would drill down so we can understand which Medicaid categories are there and and who the insurers are? It would be helpful to understand the payment methodology. So rather the payment.
You
structure.
got it.
Thank you.
That's my fault. I actually
No, it's not
chose the bar graph over the pie
Right.
chart, so I'll make sure to choose the
Why,
pie chart.
why we have, that's why we do this,
Yeah.
right?
And then here we have an aggregate of the quality measure that was that we have in 2025. We're still working on our state collected measures as well. So the 21 quality metrics we'll be able to share in the next QFR. But here we have our final tabulation of the 2025 metrics. So overall, those first ones that are unshaded are really looking at screening and assessment for unhealthy alcohol use, tobacco use, social drivers of health issues, suicide risk for adults and youth. And then in yellow, those are screenings and the provision of brief counseling for depression for adults and youth, brief counseling for unhealthy alcohol use, and providing tobacco cessation intervention. So look at the difference for screening versus actually providing interventions. And here we see a little bit of a decrease from what we were initially looking at in Q3 of 2025, but still around the general benchmarks that were found in the national data set, which was around 70% in the first year for most CCBHCs. So at that 71%, we're still at that national benchmark. And then the time to services, the first contact to that initial evaluation, 5 days, and then first contact to initial services, 20 days. So a little bit of work to do on the 20 days to bring them back down towards the 10, but some of that also is to do with some of the conversations we've had about the CPT codes they're using to collect this data. So might see some shifts in the future.
So is the next slide the individual ones, or are we not presenting that today?
Well, I thought presenting the 8 would be a little redundant, but
So when we do this, in the star chamber that is 455 or whatever that room number is, we go through the individual
yes,
8, and there's significant differential in those 8, which suggests that they're defining it differently. Have we made any progress in terms of creating a more standardized definition so we can compare and contrast them? Because if they're defining their outcome differently or their output differently, it's not very helpful.
yes, we've made some progress, and some of that also has to do with some of the changes of the templates that for a couple of the data pieces, the clinical measures that the state collects. And so we've made some progress and still a little bit to do, but we're getting there and actively seeing more cohesion among what the data they're reporting. Then moving on, we have the crisis map, which again shows the spaces that someone has to contact, shown by the little apartment complex looking figures, someone to respond, which are the dots with the little empty spaces, and then a safe place for help, which are the crisis receiving and stabilization services. Those are the houses. The shaded ones that are light green, those are across the board showing the mobile crisis coverage we have in all 92 counties. And then the shaded diagonals, those are places where those mobile crisis teams have been trained in MRSS, mobile response stabilization. That is a service that is trained for youth in ensuring that you can stabilize them and de-escalate them in their community and keep them in the community as is shown by best practice to be better for youth than actually having the mobile crisis teams bringing them to a crisis stabilization center. Here's an update of January and February's 988 data. And so looking at The 988 calls, first and foremost, we see there is an uptake comparatively from Q3 in SFY 25 to SFY 26, from around 9,500 up to 11,831 in January, and a similar increase from 7,500 to 10,400 in February. In mobile crisis responses, we see an increase as well from Q3 in SFY 25 to Q3 in SFY 26. Approximately the same amount of increase from 863 to 1,118 in January, and 839 to 1,081 in February of 26.
So let me make sure that I'm reading this correctly. So if we look at SFY Q3 January, the dotted line are the individuals, and above that are the people who were receiving services more than once. So that would be 7,739 people receive services more than once.
So on pillar one, you're
No,
speaking?
pillar
Pillar two,
pillar three.
pillar three. Okay.
12,004 people received 12,004 unique individuals,
Mhm.
right? And 700 and what do I say? 39 individuals received services more than once. Okay. Would you? So that's interesting,
Mhm.
right? That somebody was in crisis more than once in a month, right? Can you provide me with data on how many, so, okay, so you went twice. Do they all go twice, or how many went 4 times? How many went 6 times, right? And what are we doing to address? I mean, if you called crisis 4 times during the month, well, that ought to be a pretty big red flag that we're somehow or another, that person needs more attention than they're getting. And they may, it may be that they choose not to take attention, right? It's been offered by the CCBHCs, and that individual has refused it, and then gets back in crisis and calls again, right? I mean, I get that, right? If it were easy, they'd send the children. But the next month, February, is even, it's about the same number. So that's to me, that seems like a really high number, but it may not be.
I think what also should be looked at is the difference between the unique individuals for mobile crisis responses versus CRSS, because the folks that end up going to CRSS are at a higher need than those that are able to be stabilized by just the mobile crisis teams. And so going to the crisis receiving and stabilization service unit, you're going to see those folks that have that higher need. And in terms of I think that is something that we can try and pull and bring that information for how many are going 2, 3, 4 times or more if there are. I know that DMHA is working through the rural health transportation funding to try and get ADT data that we can better have across the state to identify folks that are also going to crisis centers, or not crisis centers, but emergency departments or inpatients. And these tend to be somewhat similar clientele. Those are going to CRSSs, hopefully are no longer going to the EDs, but that's the same general kind of population. There is an evidence-based practice that is generally shown to do a lot of positive work with this population specifically, that CCBHCs are providing sort of community treatment. And so we're hoping to see the clientele move and be treated by those ACT teams, these sort of community treatment teams, and so that they can be stabilized, because they need a lot of intensive wraparound care to really make some positive outcomes and have some stability where they're not consistently going to the stabilization units. Of course. And then here we have our 988 crisis system program summary. While the external services expense is showing a large variance, a lot of that has to do with the mobile crisis teams and crisis stabilization units and services being allocated on this service line. We do expect these variances to be covered as we move into future quarters, with some funding sources having been moved around and being reallocated more properly to address these spaces where the external services expense has increased. Now I'm going to pass it off to Kelly.
Thank you. Good morning. As Director Saylor said, I'm Kelly Welker. I am the Deputy Director and Chief of Staff for DMHA and going to present today on the addiction prevention and recovery services that we have at DMHA. So starting off, just wanted to kind of highlight some of the funding that we have. It's a mixture of both state and federal funding. One of them is our state opioid response grant. One of our biggest initiatives is supporting Overdose Lifeline with naloxone to get out through the communities, through grassroots organizations, the local health departments, laypersons, and then as well as providing funding for treatment for those who do not have a third-party payer. Our state treatment funds we use to support our regional recovery hubs. And what these are certified peer support professionals that work within these hubs to work with people with mental health illness or substance use disorder, help them get into recovery supportive services, as well as lift rides through Indiana 2-on-1 and also our regional recovery hubs. I will be going over data shortly over our rides. In SFY 25, we just reported on our lift rides through 2-on-1. In SFY 26, we added in our regional recovery hubs along with 2-on-1. So you will see a jump in those rides prior to this year. And then lastly, through our substance use prevention, treatment and recovery supports block grant, we use this to support people without a third-party payer and supporting residential treatment services. So as I was stating on these numbers, this first line, you can see our number of lift rides. The total for SFY just for 2-on-1 was 1,390. And to date in SFY 26, we currently have 6,316 rides. So again, that's adding up the 2-on-1 lift rides along with our regional recovery hub lift rides. So we really want to ensure that people are getting to treatment, the recovery support services that they need. Our unduplicated number of participants in our DMHA electronic billing system for recovery residents. In Q3, we served 280 people. And then our participants for substance use disorder treatment in our DEBS or DMHA electronic billing system is just over 1,100. And then our amount of naloxone distributed in Q3 is just over 78,000 doses. Going into our financials for our substance abuse treatment funding, you will see a couple of variances. And what this is typically tied to is a few of our contracts. So our budget is based on the beginning of year. And so beginning on when our funding, our notice of awards come in at different times, numbers can get thrown off just a bit, but we do expect to stay within budget on that. And moving on to our program gambling, many of you may have seen there was actually an athlete yesterday that is going into residential treatment for gambling. So this is becoming a growing issue. So we currently provide funding for a toll-free gambling line, as well as work with 14 agencies to specifically provide gambling treatment throughout. And some of our program metrics for that. So number of unique clients served in Q3 is 256. Number of new intakes is 143. The number of new voluntary exclusion program participants. So this allows individuals to exclude themselves from going into casinos. We had 159 in Q3. And then the number of new internet self-restricted program participants is 51. And total calls to the line in SFY 3 is 198.
Okay, hang on a minute. Flip back, thanks. So total for fiscal year 25 on the top line was 867, right?
Yes.
Well, we're gonna see that, we're gonna blow past that.
Yes, we will.
All right, well, and we haven't done any new advertising, or we haven't done anything differently, have we?
We are working on getting out, getting new providers enrolled. We also have a new pilot program specifically for gambling. And then we are hoping to look at the funding that we currently receive through legislation and see if there's opportunities there.
I just think it just seems to me it'll be a year-over-year significant increase.
I agree with you, Secretary Roob, especially with sports betting, and I'm happy to
That's-
get you
It's-
some updated numbers on that. But just for Indiana alone, we have quite a high number.
Yeah, that's something what's worrisome. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And moving on to the financials, we are on track for spending and staying within budget. There is a minimal variance due to some where staff time was getting coded, but that will get worked out. And then also part of this is our substance abuse prevention summary. We are on track with this. The only kind of variance you'll see right now, we do have a 5% admin cap for personnel services. So that's typically where we get, and that will get fixed. Moving on to our opioid settlement funds. So we are currently set to receive over 980 million over the next 18 years. That will increase once we get the Purdue Pharma settlement. Everything is housed on the Attorney General website, and we do have a formula of how that funding is broken out. You will see just a little bit of red on this slide, and what that variance is, this is our opioid settlement abatement funds, and all personnel services are going to be moved to unrestricted funds. So all of our abatement opioid settlement funds are going to go out into the community, into services and for treatment. So that will be changing. And
Okay, can you flip back a couple slides? No, that one.
That one.
Okay, so the 50-50 split, right?
yes.
So what percent, so the 50% that we receive, what percentage are we spending?
So I will have to get you an exact number. We do 2-year plans that go in front of the State Budget Committee. And so we were actually going to be getting new numbers from SBA at the beginning of May for the spend through.
What's give me a 20%, 80%?
Typically, our plans are around $50 million that we do, and we're typically spending between 25 and 30 million.
And then the 50% that goes to the locals, what's their spending split?
As of our last report, which was in October, they were spending 25%. We have had, if you've noticed in the news recently, a lot of locals have had some opportunities for their settlement funds. So we are hopeful at our next report that's due October 1st that we'll see an increase in the local spend.
So at the and I will defer to the budget committee in terms of where they want to have this conversation, in what organ of state government or the legislative branch they want to have this discussion. But if we're only spending 25% of that opioid settlement fund dollars, and we continue to have a tremendous amount of opioid issues, right, in the state of, if you look at what we're spending in Medicaid on opioid treatment, it's astronomical, right? But we're not spending it on prevention effectively. I mean, I just think we need to revisit what we're doing, particularly with those local funds. It may be that the General Assembly says, no, that's what we intended. They're doing exactly what they intended. And I'm fine if that's the choice the General Assembly makes. I don't think now that we have some experience with this, I think it's important that we revisit that on a legislative basis to see is this actually the optimal, well, optimal's a tough word to get to in government, but is this the, can we maybe do it a bit better than we are. I'm not saying we should change. I'm just saying it's time to examine that.
I agree. Okay, moving on to our opioid treatment programs, also known as methadone clinics. So these are highly regulated clinics through the DEA, SAMHSA, Division of Mental Health and Addiction, and also accredited by a national organized body. Here's just a map of all of our current opioid treatment programs throughout the state. And some metrics. So for Q3, we served just under 12,000 unique patients, had just over 1,200 admissions, and just over 1,300 discharge. For the funding, you will always see a little bit of red. This is a little bit of a unique fund that we use. So all of our funds get billed, all of our services get billed back to the OTPs. So at the end of the year, the OTPs will pay us back. So we always end up in zero with this. And now I'll pass it back to Director Sailors.
Thank you. So, April is National Second Chance Month or Reentry Month, and that is exactly what this funding is about. So Recovery Works is a program designed to divert low-level offenders from incarceration into community-based services. This appropriation is 12.5 million per year, and it was launched in 2016 through HB 1006. You'll see here that we're serving more individuals and have a little bit higher spend in Q3 than we have in Q1 and Q2. So, but I just want to note that we made some changes to this program in January. And so, our recovery community organizations began to bill incarcerated services per individual, where historically they were on contract and they had billed through contracts. So we're able to track individuals better and the dollars a little bit better. So that's why you see some of those changes. When you look at our Unite Indy program, it really has expanded in the last several months. We're serving more counties and they're attracting more employers to participate in the program. This is the program where employers engage in ride shares, right? So we're helping individuals who have just come out of incarceration get to their jobs and make sure that they're able to get to work every day. It's a shared funding source with the employers. And so we're expanding more employers, more individuals to get to work. And then Secretary, did you have a question?
Yeah. So just to make sure I'm reading this correctly, the total number of participants that we enrolled in Q3 new was 2,382.
Yes.
All right, so those are unique individuals.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Here's a slide on the financials for Recovery Works. The largest category here falls under our social service payments. This category represents our voucher program. As I just said, we changed a little bit of how we're doing that program in January. So we expected to see this increase a little bit, and then we're not concerned about the variances. It's just largely based on timing, and I think it will all settle out before the end of the year. Mental Health Funds Recovery Program. This is our funds that are federal funds. They're used by our community mental health centers to conduct administrative services on behalf of the state. Our contracts have more money in them than we think we will be spending. They also submit claims quarterly, so this variance we believe it's all about timing and it will balance out. So the quality assurance and quality improvement team is the team that oversees our audits of our community mental health centers, our addiction service providers, private mental health institutions, and our recovery residences. The team received and reviewed 170 complaints from our consumer line, and they received and reviewed 844 provider-reported critical incidents. Across all programs, we conducted 33 site visits. We issued 26 corrective action plans, and 4 providers went on conditional status. Some of the trends that we're seeing as we do these audits include staff providing services without the correct training or credentials. We have seen a lack of signatures on treatment plans or no releases of information for external contacts. We have also seen a lack of appropriate assessment of needs or diagnostics. And then finally, a lack of safety or relapse prevention planning across this group of providers that we audited. This slide here is an overview of our admin programming summary. And since our last QFR, we have worked really hard behind the scenes to shift some of that staff time we talked about where they were billing the wrong admin funds. And so we have worked on the back end to appropriate those to state and federal funds where they need and belong. And we're excited to report that these efforts have been successful. We are no longer in the red on that variance. So minimal variances now across this whole program, and we expect to end in a good place at the end of the year. This slide just shows you a little bit of our overall staffing. We currently have 85 state employees and 5 active contracted staff. Major contract slides. This hasn't changed since the last QFR. Our spending across the contracts continue to be on track, and we expect the year to end with minimal variances in any of these contracts. This slide here is just a summary of all the slides that we've talked about throughout the morning. You can see we are under budget as of March and expect the forecast to the end of the year variance will even out by June. This slide is our state funding breakdown with our federal funding and dedicated funding. So under state funding, we currently have 17 million under budget. State funds really are typically the funds that our last source are utilized. And so we anticipate moving those funds around before the end of the year. And then finally, our last slide is our Medicaid financial summary. We're currently trending under forecast due to the MRO spend, which is substantially down from forecast, as well as our CCBHC and then the PRTF funding. And then any questions for DMHA?
There are a few questions. And just as a reminder, if you have any questions, those can be emailed to askthesecretary@fssa.in.gov. The first question is from Darren Ahrens, President and CEO of Valley Oaks Health. DMHA appears to have seen a roughly 7% increase in the number of people served this year. Is that growth attributed to a specific population or geography, or is it attributed to CCBHC demo?
Dan, I just asked Wendy the same exact question. I don't know if that was this morning or yesterday, Wendy, but I saw the same thing in the data. And I do know we have seen an increase rate in our breadth of those we are serving through the CCBHCs. And so I do think it's attributed to the array of services that we're able to serve in that. And then I would also say for our CMHCs who are hoping to become CCBHCs, they're really working on making sure that we have the ability to serve people when they need it and real-time access. So I do think people are starting to hear that we are moving the needle on that. The wait times are less. So I think it's a combination, but we are digging into that.
Next question is from Jason McManus, President and CEO of Wabash Center. Are the national quality metrics beyond initial assessments and brief interventions, i.e. outcomes, related to the efficacy of those brief interventions noted on the quality metrics slide?
Is Ari going to answer that? Yes, I want Ari to
can
answer that, but Jason and Dan, ironically, the two people I was just talking about last week on trying to partner together on some unique things happening in Tippecanoe County happen to be the first two questions. I don't know if that's ironic or, but Ari, please.
I think so. I think when you screen for people, then you're able to identify those that have issues and adequately intervene, as well as the fact that the CCBHCs know that these are the quality metrics that are being monitored. It pushes them to make sure that they are holding themselves accountable and providing the treatment as needed. So I think it's simply what is measured is what is improved, and I think that's what we're seeing.
Okay, thank you. We will now break for lunch and return at noon or 12:30 for the Office of Medicaid Policy and Planning. Okay, if everyone could please be seated. Thank you for joining the Indiana Family and Social Services Administration's quarterly financial review. Next up is your favorite and mine, the Office of Medicaid Policy and Planning. Reminder, if you have questions, you have two options. If you're in the room, you can either fill out a note card, or anyone is open to sending an email to the Ask Secretary mailbox at askthesecretary@fssa.in.gov, and we will read those questions after the presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here with us today for the Office of Medicaid Policy and Planning's quarterly financial review. My name is Lindsay Lux. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Medicaid, and it is my pleasure to introduce you today to Audrey Frenzel, our new Medicaid Director. Audrey comes to us after most recently serving as the Chief of Staff to Secretary Sachdev in the Health and Family Services vertical under Governor Braun. Audrey has a great deal of experience in health policy that she gained on the Hill and is jumping right in here to help. So if you have not had the opportunity to work with or meet Audrey yet, you will very soon. We've given her a little reprieve on today's presentation, though. Oh, sorry. There we go. Joining me in the presentation is Kathy Leonard. Kathy is our Director of Actuarial Services. She and Leslie Melton, our Controller, will be presenting our Medicaid assistance performance, and Kat Etter will be reviewing maternity discharges as well as prenatal and postpartum outcomes. I will round us out with a riveting tale of Medicaid administration performance. Before I turn it over to Kathy, I would like to review a few areas of focus currently. This is not intended to be an exhaustive list, but a few things that I wanted to highlight for you. The state of Indiana made a decision to terminate the MedWise managed care contracts for Hoosier HealthWise and the Healthy Indiana Plan at the end of 2025. I would like to say that transition of nearly 300,000 members from the MedWise Health Plan into Anthem, CareSource, and Managed Health Services was a dramatic success. We are very proud of that. There were a lot of hours spent on that, both at the health plans and the state, as well as our fiscal agent Gainwell and our enrollment broker Maximus. So thank you and congratulations to all involved. And a special thank you to Holly Cunningham Piggott, the Director of Care Programs for Indiana Medicaid, who led this effort. I received 0 member complaints about this transition, so I really can't underscore how effective the transition planning was. Flawless is not a word that normally enters my vocabulary, but if ever there were a time to use it, this would be it. Secretary Rowe will be talking about community engagement and work requirements later in his presentation, but I did just want to highlight that we are working very closely with the Division of Family Resources, DFR, on this effort and eligibility requirement for our HIP expansion members that will be effective January 1st, 2027. We recently engaged our actuarial vendor to build a tool to help us calculate cost of care. So we are going to use this analytical tool to drill down on the cost of services, service categories, populations, et cetera. We're very excited about this, and while it is still in implementation, I would like to thank Brian Arrowood, Chief Information Officer for FSSA, Dr. Karen Amstutz, our medical director, and Kat Etter for leading this effort. You will begin to see more of this information in your QFR presentations, particularly in the portion that Kat presents. Program integrity, we have partnered with our 5 managed care organizations to draft a provider audit toolkit. This toolkit will review rights and responsibilities of providers, how they should prepare for an audit, and the requirements of auditing. If you receive money from the federal government or from the state of Indiana as a provider, you are required to participate in audits. Failure to do so will result in termination from Indiana Medicaid. It's very important for the integrity of the program and for our fiscal stewardship of the dollars that we spend to do this. So once that toolkit is complete, it will be available online for all providers. And now I will turn it over to Kathy Leonard.
All right, thank you, Lindsay. So we are going to go over the year-to-date Medicaid results. I did want to mention, for those of you asking, I did just get back from Augusta, so that's where I got my jacket. I got pretty lucky. But
In the actuarial class.
yeah. So we'll be looking at overall results, focusing on both enrollment and expenditures and how they compare to forecast, and then certainly going through some of the watch areas that we are continuing to keep track of. And then once we pass those, I'll be turning over to Leslie to discuss the funding summary. So in terms of the year-to-date results, for those of you who were here in December, we had just done a refresh, so we were comparing to December forecast. We were looking at December year-to-date results, and those are always very close. So now we're going to start to see some little bit larger variances than we saw last time, but we're again comparing to the December 25 forecast. Our enrollment is about 3.6% less than forecast on a year-to-date basis. It's pretty evenly split between both managed care and fee-for-service. So those numbers are a little bit larger than the last time we met. Expenditures are about 4.4% less than forecast, so sort of in line with what we would expect based on that level of enrollment. If we start with the enrollment review for managed care, what you're seeing here is that the total enrollment was about 48,000 less than forecast. So this is at the bottom of the page there. That's our year-to-date differential. And you can see all of the programs are coming in less than forecast. We have some pretty large numbers, about 20,000 less for HIP, about 25,000 less for Hoosier Healthwise. And Pathways for Aging, the variance there is about 3,000, which seems like a small number, but because the capitation payments are so large, it actually represents a pretty large number. So these are pretty consistent with what we had seen earlier in the year. If we switch to fee-for-service, again, we are seeing that we are coming in below forecast, about 5% below forecast. And most of that is concentrated in a few areas toward the bottom of our list. The HIP emergency only population has continued to show declines over the year, as well as limited benefit services, which in most part is also another emergency only group. So those are the two groups we're seeing some pretty large decreases on when compared to what we were expecting in the forecast. So all in all, year to date, we're averaging 3.6% less than forecast, which is a bigger differential than we saw when we met last quarter. Now, if we switch over to expenditures, if you look in the variance column, we are showing year-to-date 645 million, better than forecast. So in total, we're doing well. Most of that coming from managed care. One area where we are showing in the red, we do have a differential there for our other expenditures. And for those of you who come to this meeting often, the variance there is related to our pharmacy rebates, which are notoriously difficult to forecast. And so not a concern there, but it is a timing issue. Fee for service, we have a positive variance, but it's pretty small. So if we were giving a closest to the PIN award, it would go to fee for service, but that's a little bit closer to the forecast than we would like to be. So if we jump right in for managed care, again, the total variance to forecast that we're showing here, 428 million. If you look at the bottom of the page, the biggest variance we see there is for pathways for aging. So even though we don't have that large of a variance on the membership, it does drive a fairly large number. Now, a portion of this is due to some timing issues with a quality payment, but that only represents about 75 million. So even if we took that out, pathways would have sort of the largest positive driver of the variances. But you can see again for Healthy Indiana and Hoosier Healthwise, they are coming in positive because we have less members than we were expected. So none of that is a surprise. If we look at fee for service, we sort of have two good news and one not as good news areas here. The variance is positive. We're doing well in long-term institutional care and for the waiver services. The one where we'd like to be seeing a better result is at the very bottom. That's our state plan fee for service program. And we're running year-to-date higher than what we would like to be for a few areas, pharmacy, durable medical equipment, physician services. So we're going to research those and better understand how those trends should be adjusted going forward. But definitely, I think one of our good news areas for waiver services is the health and wellness waiver, where we're coming in better than expected for attendant care. So that's an area where some improvements have been made. If we look at other expenditures and collections, again, this is that one area where we were showing a negative variance, and you can clearly see we were expecting to see 1.3 billion in pharmacy rebates, and we're only showing like 1.1, but in looking at the schedule and when we expect to see more payments, we do believe by the end of the year we will receive the additional payments, so we won't be in that negative position for the full year. And then finally, manual expenditure. Now this one is really quite a mixed bag, and you'll see some large variances, but for the most part, the word of the day here is timing. A lot of these changes are due to timing. So you'll see we're doing better than forecast in total. Dish payments, we're doing 147 million worse than forecast because some payments were made earlier than planned. For our nursing facility supplemental payments, this is one that we're very concerned about and working on, but we have not secured approval for our managed care payments to the nursing facilities. And so that differential there represents payments that we have not been able to make, but we hope to have that approval very soon and be able to make up those payments. And then finally, we have some difference on our medical education payments. And this is more a timing issue where some things were carried over from last year. So they all have the same timing issue in common, but there are different type of timing differentials for this particular category. So let's jump right into our watch areas. We've been talking about this every meeting that we've had in the last 12 months, but because of changes in the way that we are revalidating members, we're seeing some significant declines in both our HIP and Hoosier Healthwise enrollment. We think that with the new numbers in April, we're going to see that leveling out because we would have that process change in place for a full year. And that's something we're going to be looking at pretty closely. And this is super important because part of what we have to determine is for all of these people who have left or didn't qualify anymore, how many claims did they have and how much claims are they taking out of the system? Because if they didn't have very many, then that would mean that our capitation rates would need to go up because the population in general would be a higher level of acuity. So this is something we're working on internally. I know that health plans are all looking closely at this to try to understand at the end of the year, after all these folks have dropped off, who's left and what would be the appropriate level of cap rate to pay for them. So this will continue to be very important for us. Other watch areas, again, we've been looking at this for quite some time, our ABA therapy. The thing notable, I would say on the left-hand side, we have recipients. The number of recipients has been flattening out. There were several years where we were trending upward 25% a year. So now we're seeing a flattening of that line. And we're also starting to see expenditures come down as well. And this is in advance of some of the changes that we're looking at implementing of how we'll manage these services going forward. And I expect in future meetings, we'll be hearing from Kat and her team on some of the clinical outcomes of implementing some of those new programs. But even in advance of that, we're seeing some flattening of the costs. As I mentioned earlier, one of the areas that we're looking at pretty closely is attendant care, and that we've seen those expenditures coming down in our waiver programs. We are also seeing the expenditures coming down for our Pathways for Aging program. Now, unfortunately, even though these expenditures are coming down and we're making progress, what we're seeing here is the old squeeze the balloon impact of these are coming down, but we are seeing some offsets in other types of service areas. So for Pathways, if we're seeing the monthly decline of about 8.6 million, we're seeing some of that being offset by structured family caregiving, which is going up. And we knew that was going to happen. People were transferring from one to the other. So this increase is about 3 million a month that offsets part of that 8 million savings. And then the other area where we're seeing increases is home health. And home health services have been increasing, representing about a $3 million a month spend as well. And just recently, we were meeting with our actuarial team from Deloitte, and they had identified there's one additional waiver area that is also seeing some large increases. So we're going to have to take a look at everything all together to see, are we netting out any better? Are we just still sort of holding our own on those particular expenditures? So we're going to be looking at the bundles. This one here, this is just an example. Again, we had highlighted that for fee-for-service, our pharmacy costs were running higher than forecast for several months in a row. For March, we have a little bit of good news where March came in under forecast, but it's not enough to really bring us where we'd like to be year to date. So this is an area we're going to continue to look at. It's also another area, I know we work with the health plans on the managed care side of looking at pharmacy expenditures. And then I think our last one here in terms of watch areas is our home health services under the fee-for-service program. And so you can see here, it's a pretty steady increase. We're seeing more recipients, which is a little different. Pathways, we saw that sort of the similar number of people, more services. Here we're seeing more recipients coming in, and we are working with Kat and Lindsay and a broader team to better understand the dynamics of some of these home health services. So that's our final watch area. I'm going to turn it over to Leslie Melton to discuss the fund.
Leslie, before you take the helm, could I ask a quick question on the last slide? It seems peculiar to me that you would have so many fewer 41 to 60 hours in is that 2Q? I can't read it. 2Q 511? What is that? The-
Okay, it'd
the
be
second- the-
2025,
November
20
25.
November.
Okay, that you would have the variability that exists in 41 to 60 hours. And it seems peculiar to me that you'd have that level of variability I mean, the 60 hours is pretty consistent. So is the 20 hours. The other two fluctuate maybe more than I would have expected. Is that a billing issue? Is it what's because it's fee for service, so you have a while to turn your bill in.
Well, so these numbers are all on a data service basis. And I would say, when we receive the report, like the report that we get actually shows data through March, but those last 3 months have a lot of bounce in them and they're not necessarily credible. So I would say there could potentially be some bounce in these months as well, that we'll see some smoothing as more claims come in, because these don't include any sort of development or projection factor. But you're right, there is a little more variability there than we would normally see. And part of it too, it's a little hard to extrapolate the claims and to convert them into monthly hours, because in home health, we have a daily overhead. And
Right,
we
we're
have
changing that,
uncertainty.
yeah.
So some of those things can influence
Right.
that hourly division, but we'll certainly take a look at that with our work group. One of the other things is this is all different types of home health services, and it could be a little smoother if we looked at home health aid versus nursing.
Okay. Thank you,
But,
Kathy.
You're right, it's a little bouncier than we would like to normally see these.
Good afternoon. We wanted to share with you the Medicaid state fiscal year 2026 financial position year to date. Good afternoon. I'll start again. We want to share with you the Medicaid state fiscal year 2026 financial position year to date. With our expenditures coming in at 14.1 billion through March, and our intergovernmental transfers and federal funding coming in at 10.8 billion. That leaves us with a general fund need of 3.4 billion. Our appropriation year to date or through March is 3.6 billion. So that leaves us with a surplus of 257 million. The year-to-date surplus is currently tracking less than our forecasted surplus, and this is primarily due to timing differences in collection of our intergovernmental transfers. However, we do remain on track with hitting our forecasted surplus of 314 million by year end, as we catch up on collecting our intergovernmental transfer.
And Larisha, that 314, what does that refer to?
That's the year end final surplus that'll be available.
Or pie?
for-
This is,
Yeah.
that's Kathy's joke, by the way.
All right. During this piece of the presentation, we'll be taking a look at our maternal deliveries in calendar year 2024, as well as our HIP and Hoosier HealthWise prenatal and postpartum quality. So on this slide, you're going to look at total enrollment across the programs. That is anchored at the end of calendar year 2024, alongside the number of deliveries in that calendar year. This is going to give us both a sense of the scale of each program during that time frame and where that maternity care is actually occurring. Yep, I think so. Smooth it. Try it now. Can you hear me better? Okay. You'll notice here that HIP is our plan that's covering the vast majority of our maternity care. And you'll see here at the end of calendar year 2024, HIP represented about a third of our total enrollment, although it had more than 60% of all of our Medicaid deliveries. Hoosier HealthWise, on the other hand, was our largest program by enrollment, but its delivery volume was a bit smaller. And then Hoosier Care Connect only had about 432 deliveries in calendar year 2024. That small volume would be expected for that population. We do have another managed care program, that's Pathways. As expected, we didn't include it here because there were no deliveries for the Pathways program. Fee-for-service accounts for nearly 20% of all of our Medicaid deliveries, despite representing only about 16% of our total enrollment. So overall, this distribution is really reinforcing that HIP is our primary driver of maternal care, maternal volume, just the way that our programs are structured today. To kind of anchor these numbers in a broader national and state context, CMS reports that Medicaid covers nearly 41% of all births in the United States. So when we look specifically at Indiana, you might ask, okay, where do we stand here? Are we more? Are we less? Are we comparable? So according to our CDC natality data, Indiana had recorded about 80,257 births in calendar year 2024. So you can see there on the far left, on that top box, Indiana Medicaid in total covered 37,262 births. So that means that we, Indiana Medicaid, financed approximately 46% of all of our recorded births in the state in that calendar year. So I think the take home here is that we cover nearly half of all births in Indiana, and we're a critical funder for pregnancy and postpartum care for Hoosiers. The middle box on the slide is showing the average per delivery episode expenditures across the programs for calendar year 2024. So this is including the full cost of delivery, including both the inpatient hospital component as well as the professional services. That would capture the labor, the delivery, as well as that immediate postpartum care. And then across the programs, you can see that it's a relatively narrow range for that delivery episode cost on average. The last box is showing what we spent on deliveries by program in calendar year 2024. So across all programs combined, delivery expenditures totaled $352.2 million in that year. And I think as we expected, HIP was the largest share of that with about $230.8 million in expenditures. And that
On a delivery episode experience here, why do you feel, or maybe you don't have a sense, that fee-for-service is $1,300 cheaper than HIP?
I'm not sure we have a sense of that, Kathy, unless you have, it could have to do with the risk mix of those members versus the HIP population.
Well, one thing that we suspect could be contributing to that is that some of those fee-for-service deliveries are covered through the emergency services only. So they wouldn't be receiving any prenatal care or the postpartum care. They would just have the delivery. But I think that's one of the things we're talking to the cost of care group, better understanding who are these deliveries, who are these mothers in fee-for-service, and how are they covered as well. So I think that's the only thing we came up with as a differential.
So the other thing to look at there would be also birth outcome, right? What's the differential in birth outcome between fee-for-service and HIP? I mean, just looking at that delivery experience, more complicated delivery is generally more expensive. To me, those numbers surprised me. I would have anticipated they would be the other way around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, especially, if the theory is that if you have a single payment, we have the kick payment in HIP and Hoosier HealthWise, that would drive efficiency. And so when we see Hoosier Care Connect being higher, that sort of fits in the idea there, like, well, if we had a kick payment, maybe that would improve that. But I would say you're right. The fee-for-service needs a little more research so we can better understand those dynamics, because we wouldn't have expected it to be lower, and especially by that much. And I think we have some of the Deloitte folks in the back of the room. So I know they're writing down, we need to do some more research on it.
Yeah, and Secretary, we are pulling some of that outcome data, so hope to share that in the near future as well. We've got some preliminary data that just came through today from the Deloitte team. Okay, so we've talked about volumes, we've talked about what we're spending, so let's shift gears a little bit and let's look at quality. How are our health plans doing in supporting our pregnant population? So on the left side of the slide, you will see our 3 prenatal HEDIS quality metrics. We've got a behavioral health metric. It's looking at whether a pregnant person was screened for depression during the pregnancy, and then if that screen was positive, whether they received a timely follow-up. The follow-up would need to be within 30 days to be considered timely. The next one is the timeliness of prenatal care. So that one's looking at if a prenatal visit occurred in the first trimester or within 42 days of enrollment, if the member enrolled after becoming pregnant. And then the last one is looking at, did a member receive their flu vaccine? Did they receive their Tdap? Or in combination, did they receive both vaccines during the pregnancy? So in addition to our 3 prenatal metrics, we also have a non-HEDIS metric that I just wanted to call out. It's not on the slide. It is a state-defined metric. It is also looking at the percentage of pregnant members that receive care coordination. So in other words, the percentage of pregnant members that were enrolled in the health plan's care coordination program for 30 or more days. That data is under review currently, so we do not have that plan performance. It will not be in this presentation. On the right side of the slide, we've got our 2 postpartum quality metrics for HIP and Hoosier HealthWise. So first is our HEDIS measure, again, looking at did the member receive a postpartum depression screening within that 7 to 84-day window after delivery. And then if that screening was positive, did that timely follow-up occur within 30 days thereafter? The second measure is looking at did the member receive a comprehensive postpartum visit within that 7 to 84-day window post-delivery. So we'll start out by walking through the prenatal metric performance. So our first one here is the prenatal depression screening and follow-up. The slide is showing how the plans are supporting these members, how they're getting them into their screenings, how they're ensuring that they're seen for follow-up for the HIP population. So you can see here that MedWise in 2024, and really even as far back as 2022 from our data, was routinely screening at percentages less than 1%. So because that denominator was so low for their follow-up score, it does look to be in range, but you need to take it in the context of the graph on the left. Our top performer in 2024 and really year over year, 2022 through 24 for screenings was CareSource. They've shown steady improvement. Their screening was above 60% and their follow-up was as well. The red line on the graphs are for context. That is the national average for Medicaid plans across the country. This slide is the same metric. It's the prenatal depression screening and follow-up, but we're looking now at the Hoosier HealthWise population performance. So again, MedWise routinely screening the members less than 1%. So same disclaimer here. When you look at the graph on the right for follow-up, just remember to take it in the context of the one on the left. So for MedWise, for example, the few that did get screened were followed up with. Our top performer again in calendar year 24 and year over year for the 3 years prior was CareSource for screenings at above 60%. Okay, so this slide and the next one is looking at our early prenatal care performance. This is for the HIP population. We're really proud of our plan's performance on this metric in 2024. All of them were able to support the pregnant members, ensuring that they were being seen for that prenatal visit in the first trimester or within 42 days of enrollment. They're all above the national average, which is around 85%. And for HIP, Anthem was our top performer for 2024.
Kat, can you define early prenatal care?
So it's looking for a comprehensive prenatal visit either within the first trimester or if the member was enrolled once they were pregnant, then it'll allow that 42-day window after that date of enrollment. So did they have that visit? This is the same slide. It's just showing that metric for Hoosier Healthwise. So I think similar performance trend here, all above the national average. But for Hoosier Healthwise, CareSource was our top performer. One thing I did want to call out on this metric, our health plans are showing strong performance on the HEDIS measure, and we're proud of that. But the measure is capturing that care received in the first trimester or within 42 days of enrollment. So I think it's just important to recognize and not lose sight of the fact that there are still delays in pregnancy identification and timing of enrollment. And that may mean that moms may enter coverage outside of that optimal window to get that early prenatal care in the first trimester. This is showing our HIP plan performance on our last prenatal HEDIS metric, which is looking at our immunizations. Overall, the national average for flu vaccination is pretty low. It's about 24.7%. We're falling below that across the board. Seasonality is often a factor with flu vaccinations. We know pregnancies can occur year-round. Flu vaccination availability has a seasonal cycle. The Tdap national average is much higher, around 56%. They're all above the national average there. And in combination, the average is around 21% nationally. And this is the performance for that same metric, just looking at the plans under Hoosier Healthwise. Overall, a smaller population, similar trends, slightly better performance. So the next few slides will shift gears a little bit, looking now at our plan's postpartum metric performance. This first one is looking at the postpartum depression screening and then the follow-up for Healthy Indiana plan. So starting again with our screening rates on the left, CareSource is again our clear outlier on the positive side with that 33% screening rate, which is far above the national average at 10.54%. The rest of the plans are below that national benchmark. MedWise is the lowest at 1%. Again, let's look at the right chart in the context of the left. MHS on the right is leading the way with follow-up, but their percentage screen was quite a bit lower at 5%. Looking at Hoosier Healthwise, same metric, very, very similar performance profile here on the screening chart on the left. CareSource, again, our strongest performer, well above national average. Unfortunately, I think the primary change between HIP and Hoosier Healthwise on this metric was MedWise's performance dropped from 1% on HIP for screening to 0% on Hoosier Healthwise. So no measurable screening activity during that measurement period for MedWise. I think the primary driver for room to improve here is raising those screening rates across all the plans while still sustaining that strong follow-up. The last metric is looking at getting those members into the postpartum visit within the 7 to 84 days after delivery. This is showing our HIP plan performance. National average is 80.76%. So we've got Anthem leading the way, CareSource right behind it, all of them fairly close on this metric. This one was tied to P4O or pay for outcomes for calendar year 2024. So I think you can really see the plans devoting some resources to ensuring performance on this metric. And then looking at Hoosier Healthwise, again, consistently strong performance on this postpartum measure. All 4 Hoosier Healthwise plans performing above the national average. CareSource, again, was our top performer at 91%. So I'll go ahead and just wrap up this piece of the presentation. I think underscoring that the aim of sharing all of this with you guys today is to give greater visibility, more transparency into maternal care cost, but also looking at the quality of that maternal care so that we can identify opportunities for improvement and we can also reinforce accountability for those outcomes. And then Secretary, I mentioned we'll be looking at pulling that early infant outcome data to kind of move that conversation forward as well.
This is that riveting portion I spoke of earlier. First, for Medicaid admin, typically Medicaid admin budgets are matched federally at 50%. However, there are some categories that we do receive a higher match for. Those include systems, clinical, and program integrity. Right now, Medicaid admin is operating at 69% federal match. Here are admin expenses for state fiscal year 26 year to date, which is July 25 through March of 26. The Medicaid admin budget features three main categories. Contracts are our largest expenditure at 90%. Staff salary and benefits is running at 8%, and other admin costs, which includes IoT charges and state allocation charges at 2% total spend. Here is our Medicaid admin summary. Medicaid admin does represent less than 1% of total Medicaid spend. Item 3 here, or external services expense, is that contract expense that I just spoke of and is our largest expenditure. We currently show a variance of nearly $17 million. That is due to delayed invoicing, and it will be spent. Variance on the year is for this category is expected to be $2.4 million. However, we will make that up with some remaining surplus in these other categories here. I do want to highlight that provider application fees, although red, are a positive to us because that is money that we are bringing in and we collect off of providers who are enrolling in Medicaid, as is required by CMS. Overall, on the fiscal year, we do project a 0 variance for Medicaid administration. Medicaid had 111 employees at the end of March. Key positions that we're recruiting for now include a utilization management director, clinical outcomes director, both on our clinical teams, and a Pathways and Hoosier Care Connect director in our care programs team. Here are the major administration contracts for Medicaid admin. We do look to be underspent here on a few of those. Again, same theme as Kathy mentioned during the assistance presentation, but the theme is timing. So we don't expect that variance to remain. That concludes our presentation, and we're happy to take questions at this time.
Thank you. We have 3 questions that were submitted online. A reminder, if you are in the room and want to ask a question, you can fill out a note card. If you raise your hand, someone will get you a note card. Or you can email the Ask the Secretary inbox at askthesecretary@fssa.in.gov. All 3 of these questions are regarding the attendant care audit. I'll ask the first 2 together and then the third separately. They're from Lindsay Hake from Onward Upward Strategies on behalf of Indiana Families United for Care. When will FSSA provide the attendant care audit report in full? And what specific strategies is the agency doing to discontinue FSSA's improper payments being made to providers?
We are currently working to take that audit and to remove the PHI that is in the audit. I mean, these are claims that are being audited and they contain member information, et cetera, that cannot be shared. So we are working to take that PHI out, and then it will become available soon. I'm sorry.
The second one, what are the strategies that we're implementing to discontinue the improper payments?
Sure. Continuous audits. We have another round of attendant care providers we are auditing now. We will also be putting providers who have found to have received overpayments. We will put them through prepayment review. So typically when a provider bills a claim, the provider says, I provided this service, and then you adjudicate that claim. When you do an audit, you say, prove to me that you provided this service, and prove to me that you provided this service by meeting all of the requirements, both federally and within the state. So we're looking at medical records, we're looking at background checks that need to be completed, whatever is required for that provider to submit a claim. And so we will be doing more of that. We'll be doing the prepayment reviews. We'll be looking at other things technologically that we can do to find more. Just increasing audits is the main thing.
You probably answered this already, but I'll ask anyway. Is the agency deploying standard audit parameters to payment authorizations?
Not sure I understand exactly what that standard audit. So when you do an audit, I mean, yes, it is standard. It's prove to us that the claim that you submitted is substantiated by the services that you performed that are contained within that medical record. That is what you use in order to create a claim. So prove to us that that was accurate.
We are using the standard CMS audit method. The standard CMS audit methodology for extrapolation, correct?
Correct. It is a Medicare extrapolation methodology by CMS.
Okay, thank you. We will now have a break and return at 1:30 for the Division of Disability, Aging, and Rehabilitative Services.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kelly Mitchell. I'm the Director for the Division of Disability, Aging, and Rehabilitative Services. And I just want to note today, or this event is officially 1 year now that we've been holding these reviews. And I know that because I missed the first one. So a shout out, my son and daughter-in-law will be celebrating their first anniversary this weekend. So that's why I was not here. So again, very happy to be with you today. I also have with me Kathy Robinson, our Deputy Director of the Division. On the stage, we have Christina Commons, our Bureau of Child Development Services Director, and to my left, Teresa Colazar, who is our Bureau of Rehabilitation Services Director. We also have two additional bureaus, as I hope you know, that are housed within the division. That is the Bureau of Better Aging and the Bureau of Disability Services. Our Bureau of Better Aging Director, Aaron Wright, is in the audience, as is Holly Wimsett as the Director of our Bureau of Disability Services. So we're a big group. We can't all fit on the stage, so we highlight. Without further ado, I'm going to allow our bureau leads to jump into their topics. Then Kathy and I will close out the last two bureaus. So Christina, I'm going to turn it over to you.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the warm welcome. Again, I'm Christina Commons. I have the absolute privilege of being our director of our Bureau of Child Development Services. We oversee the First Steps program for the state of Indiana. First Steps is a coordinated early intervention system across all 92 counties, working to ensure infants and toddlers with developmental delays and disabilities and their families are supported timely and effectively. The first map there on the left is for state fiscal year 26, year to date, the total number of children served by county. And the map on the right for state fiscal year 2026, year to date, the percent of children served who are 250% or less or below federal poverty level. I think that this highlights that we're serving the right families and getting to those that are most vulnerable or those that are most in need. Oops, wrong way. All right, so I wanted to take some time to really highlight what our program is. When we talk about First Steps, we're talking about a program that supports all children and families who come with a known diagnosis or those who simply notice that their child isn't quite developing as expected. Families enter the program at many different points, but they all share a common need: support in understanding how to help their children grow and learn. One of the most important features of early intervention is how it is different than the services that we've come to know as our outpatient clinic services. Early intervention providers meet families where they are, quite literally, in their homes and communities. We go to childcare centers, grocery stores, community parks, anywhere a family would go with their children. And we introduce therapeutic strategies and build those into those family routines. Caregiver coaching is a model that we're implementing in First Steps. We're using a model called family-guided routines-based intervention. Try to say that 10 times fast. This means that instead of a provider working only with the child every visit, the provider partners with caregivers and helps them learn practical, meaningful strategies that they can use throughout their day. We focus on mealtime, playtime, dressing, bathing, really whatever is most important to those families, because those are the moments that happen repeatedly and provide the most opportunities for learning. As caregivers learn these strategies, everyday routines start to look different. Snack time becomes a chance to practice communication. Floor play becomes an opportunity for motor skills and engagement. And getting dressed or taking a bath becomes a predictable, structured routine that supports participation and even following directions. What families consistently tell us about their experience in First Steps is that they gain confidence and clarity. They know what to do between visits. They feel equipped to support their children's development in ways that truly fit and matter most to them. That's the impact of early intervention, not just progress for children, but for families. And this carries long after their children exit the First Steps program. So with that context in mind, let's look at our program data. This slide provides a snapshot of First Steps year-to-date activity for state fiscal year 2026. It highlights the scale of our statewide First Steps services delivery system and the volume of children and families we support. We operate we have 9 central office staff, and we operate 9 systems points of entry that are staffed by roughly 250 service coordinators. We have a network of 43 provider agencies who employ or contract with roughly 1,800 providers. And we have about 100 independent providers that provide services such as nutrition, psychology, social work, audiology, et cetera. This structure ensures timely access to early intervention services across the state. I'd like to point out that the number of children served year to date, and served means that they have an individualized family service plan. We've served 24,128 children year to date. And we've provided over 560,000 family visits. The bar chart at the top just shows steady referral volume across fiscal years. Our most notable referral source are our physicians. That tends to be where families take their children for their well-child checks, and those are the trusted adults that families share those initial concerns. And then parents and families are our highest referral source. The most common services delivered in First Steps are speech therapy, occupational, developmental, and physical therapies. And what I'd like to point out here with the exit data is that 4,555 children year to date have transitioned to preschool special education services. And then the exciting data here is that 2,567 children exited the program with their outcomes met. FSSA blends and braids a variety of funding sources to implement and sustain the First Steps program. These include Medicaid, private insurance, family cost participation, or family fees, our TANF funds, and federal and state appropriated early intervention funds. And I'd like to just point out in this corner here where we talk about family cost participation payments, there's that sharp decline in December. As we pulled that data in December, we started asking some questions about why that drop happened. And we identified several bugs that were in our family cost participation statements, and worked with our family cost participation vendor to correct those bugs. And that's why you see that spike then again in January. So that has been corrected, and those statements are accurate. And then the takeaway on this slide is that First Steps, again, is in excellent fiscal shape. Due to that braiding and blending of funding. With this said, that All these funding sources wax and wane. It's dependent upon families who are referred, the insurance plans that they have, and being provided consent to bill those plans, making recoupment not guaranteed. But we have we've had an extremely good year recouping from insurance to support the services, even while delivering more services to children and families. With that, I will turn it over to Teresa.
So Christina, on that financial, sorry, I'm going to go back. And this is really for my own edification. When we look at that line, the social services payments, and you look below, you don't really see reflected like private insurance. So how does all that play out in that financial? You've actually delivered a higher value of service than what's reflected there. Is that correct?
Absolutely. So our social services payments are roughly 2 million weekly. And then we work to recoup those funds from private and public insurance, which then refills that state appropriation bucket, which then looks like we haven't been spending the money on social services.
I just think it might have not been clear that actually there was a higher level of service.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Teresa, I will now turn it over to you, the Bureau of Rehabilitation Services.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Just quickly, the Bureau of Rehabilitation Services, or BRS, collectively serves around 30,000 people annually. Our largest program is vocational rehabilitation, or VR. I'll talk a bit about VR today. VR is very employment mission driven. The services that VR provides support folks with all types of disabilities to obtain employment. Just briefly want to mention the other programs housed in BRS: blind and visual impairment services, deaf and hard of hearing services, and we also serve as the designated state entity for the Indiana Independent Living Network. We are largely federally funded. Our largest source of funding are federal formula grants. Those do require a match for the most part. And I get this question a lot.
Have we maximized our federal funding through getting an enhanced state appropriation?
I get that question a lot. Yeah. So no, currently we do not have enough match to access our full federal grants. Last year, for example, federal fiscal year 25, we were able to access about 80% of that federal grants. That said, our largest fund source is federal, about 76%, 21% state, and most of that is leveraged as match. And then we do generate some revenue through our business enterprise program, through our blind services, and through VR. Okay. I'm really excited to share with you a couple of individuals today who were very kindly willing to share their experiences. We're finding that one of the best ways to understand the impact of the VR program is to share participant experiences and successes. So today, I'm going to highlight some accomplishments for two individuals who accessed VR services this past year. As I said, this is Ted. Ted was served through our Supported Employment Plus, or SE Plus initiative. This particular program supports folks primarily with intellectual or developmental disabilities who are working in sub-minimum wage settings or thinking about working in those settings, and instead helping to divert them to competitive integrated employment settings. This project is actually very timely and well aligned with the DDARS efforts around employment system transformation. So there's great opportunity here over these next final couple years of SE Plus to integrate what we're learning into that broader systems change. Ted spent about 30 years in a sub-minimum wage, or we often call those sheltered workshop or pre-voc setting. At the time he came to VR, he was earning about $50 a week in that setting. He held a couple of jobs over the years, but very short term, nothing long-standing. In addition to getting some job exploration support in VR, he received benefits and work incentive counseling, so there were no surprises for Ted once he started getting that bigger paycheck. He also received low vision supports, job placement, and coaching through his SE Plus provider partner, call out to Shares as that partner, and help navigating transportation options. Transportation is very important to get to work, so that's an important part of the process. I'm happy to share that Ted landed a job in environmental services at a local nursing facility, earning now $250 a week. So go Ted. Again, $50 previously, $250 in his employment outcome. Before we exited Ted from VR, he also transitioned into what's called extended services through the Bureau of Disabilities Services. So that's one example of how the units work together and collaborate on serving folks. Ted was also able to end his SNAP benefits, and he shared a couple of extra highlights with us. One, that he planned to use his earnings to have a commitment ceremony with his girlfriends. So most of us understand the value of work, I think. Some days more than others, probably. I share this today because employment positively impacts the lives of all, and that includes folks like Ted and others with disabilities. I also want to share a little bit about Heather. Heather also found success in more ways than one, as you'll see here. And I'm highlighting Heather today because it also gives me the opportunity to highlight our individual placement and supports. Here's another acronym for you, IPS, initiative in partnership with DMHA. You heard from DMHA earlier today. IPS is an evidence-based international employment model for individuals with severe mental illness. There are currently 3 community mental health center IPS sites in the state. Heather came into the program with some complex barriers. That included some legal history, substance use, mental health diagnosis. She was working part-time and just not able to afford housing or stay up to date on child support payments. She received career exploration services to identify potential employers where that legal background was not going to be a barrier. She also received job placement and support through our IPS partner. Another shout out to Aspire here. She successfully secured full-time employment. She's pictured here with her manager, who has really been a key natural support now in her life. She shared with us that she's securing an apartment, is up to date on child support, and has gotten some expanded custody of her children. So I hope your takeaway here is that employment has a positive impact, again, on the lives of all. Yes, it's a paycheck, but it has a positive impact in many other ways, as you see here with Ted and Heather. Okay, briefly, you've seen this before. So as reflected in the pie charts, most of the participants in the VR system are those with what we would classify as a most significant disability, about 80% of the population. In terms of primary disability category, about 1/3 of the population served are those with an intellectual or developmental disability, 29% those with mental health diagnosis, 19% physical impairment, and then 15% sensory, and that's split pretty evenly between those experiencing visual and those experiencing hearing disabilities. We've been pretty focused. A lot of our stakeholders know this. We've been pretty focused on balancing fiscal sustainability with an increase in the population. We saw about a 30% increase in participants between states fiscal years 22 and 25. That does seem to be leveling off, but we're still serving more people than we have previously. The charts here outline the impact of several cost containment efforts and steady progress toward what I'm framing as more sustainable service delivery and a more balanced and sustainable applicant trend line.
So let me just make sure I'm understanding this correctly. Average monthly VR applications looks like it's down, but the SFY 26 is only for 3 of the 4 months, right? So we're averaging, so if you put onto that another, 180?
For which number?
The 428.
Okay,
So if you
for the
put-
applicant number? Mhm.
Right, so you would see likely that trend line that you're referencing continued upward.
I do think it will continue upward. That is a monthly average. So we are averaging that across the 9 months. Yes.
Because it said average monthly would be my tip off. Yeah.
Now, I will say we are not doing the level of outreach that we were a year ago either. And that is intentional. It's a little unfortunate, but it is intentional because again, we have to balance the resources we have with the people coming in the door. So there's some dials that we could adjust.
So
that
if we
would
were,
make those
so if we
lines-
were funded at, if we were maxing out our number, right?
Yeah.
So what would that number look like? What do you think?
I think easily we would be on trend with where we were in the prior year. Absolutely.
And to max that number out, how much more general revenue fund dollars will that take?
For federal fiscal year 26, it would take about 9 million additional in state dollars to fully match.
We would leverage at 75%.
Yes, almost 80%. Yes.
Thank you.
78.7. Yes. All right, I'm going to move us forward here. Okay. Overall client service costs, as we saw in the prior slides, are again reaching what is sustainable based on current resource allocation. Total service costs are projected to be about 15% lower than the prior year. Again, that's quite intentional. The largest category of spend here is employment services, and there is some further breakdown. What's employment services? What does that mean? The table here to the right breaks that down by type of activity. I won't go into great detail about that today, but you've got the data there. For employment services, I did do the math on that as well, since that's such a big area of spend. Services are projected employment services to be down about 8% from the prior year, but very much on par with where employment service was spend was in state fiscal year 24. So 25 was definitely a peak for our service spending. Other service categories with higher portions of spend include post-secondary and vocational training, vehicle modification services, blind, low vision services, and so on. These are very broad categories, but they give you an idea of the types of services that VR provides. Okay, and then just to highlight a couple of areas in the BRS program metrics, at the very, very top, we have this, I think, pretty cool annual calculation of annualized aggregate earnings for individuals who come into VR, exit VR, and then maintain that employment for at least 1 year after exit. So the aggregate annual earnings for that population for state fiscal year 25 was $24.6 million, which was an increase from what we saw in the prior year. I'll also briefly highlight the total VR exits with employment. That's the goal, right? Come into VR, leave with employment. That's the goal. That's why we're here. We have actually already surpassed the number of folks exiting with employment 9 months into the state fiscal year over where we were last year. So anticipating about a 40% increase in exits with employment this year. So good job to our team and our stakeholders. Let's keep it going. And then finally, I'll touch briefly on budget. The budget intent, I want to say this very clearly. The budget intent is to have some positive variance so that we can create some carryover to make next year more whole. Many of you know or may recall there was a transfer of some additional match last year. So we were able to capitalize on some $25 that otherwise would have been returned. That is intended to help cover our projected gap for the whole biennium, not just for this year. Okay, so the intent is to have a positive variance. I will also point out there is, and this will be adjusted when we set budgets for state fiscal year 27. There's a little discrepancy between the budgets you see here for state dollars and the actual state dollars available. So there will not be a variance in state money. Those will be and are almost fully spent at this point in time. So the variance, the intentional variance, is really about $4.8 million. That will carry forward again to make state fiscal year 27 a little bit more whole. All right, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. I'm now going to review with you the Bureau of Disability Services. So I'm stepping in for Holly Wensett, the director, since we're a big team. We share the stage each month. So BEADS, as it is known, provides administrative oversight of 4 home and community-based waivers, as well as supervised group living, often referred to as group homes. We house or have 8 regional or district offices throughout the state of Indiana and co-located with our Office of Vocational Rehabilitation in that footprint. The BEADS also has responsibility for oversight of case management or care coordination entities in the administration of those home and community-based waivers, as well as our own state personnel determine eligibility for those with intellectual and developmental disabilities and provide case management for individuals that reside in or utilize supervised group living. I want to first touch upon our home and community-based waiver capacity. All of our BEADS administered waivers are nearing or are at capacity for the given waiver year. You will see that this is noted at the top, that this is an unduplicated count for the waiver year. The waiver year does not necessarily run with or correspond with the state fiscal year. So you will see those noted there. The traumatic brain injury waiver runs on a January 1st through December 31st waiver year. I think the health and wellness is misstated. It's actually July 1 through June 30th, so it does run with the state fiscal year. And then the family support waiver and the community integration and habilitation waivers run from July 16th to July 15th of each year. So we have a certain amount of slot or capacity that is granted or approved by CMS for each of those waivers, and that those must be unduplicated throughout the waiver year. So once we assign a slot, if it has been given to someone or someone's been invited and they're in the process, that slot remains with that individual throughout that waiver year. So that is what you see reflected here. As the waiver year ends, if there have been slots that were vacated, if someone had moved out of the state, if someone had passed away, those then would be made available in the new waiver year. There is some minimal growth in the family support waiver and community and integration habilitation waiver planned as the waivers are currently approved. Let me also touch upon our level of care. The Bureau of Disability Services has responsibility for oversight of the administration of eligibility determination or level of care determination. There are actually two sections, if you will, of eligibility determination. One of those is nursing facility level of care determination, or NFLOC, and that is for the health and wellness and pathways waiver. That is administered by our level of care assessment representative vendor, Maximus. And then there is the level of care eligibility assessment for the individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. So that is for that CIH, community integration habilitation, or family support waiver. The initial eligibility determinations are conducted by state personnel, and then redeterminations are conducted by the case management entities. So what you see here are the metrics for this year. I will note there has been a lot of interest. The Bureau of Disability Services has launched a new assessment tool for those ICF, IID, or for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities this calendar year. That was rolled out in January. The actual assessments began in February of this year. It should be noted that BEADS is currently reviewing all potential denials and also cases that are pending review to finalize those decisions so that we can ensure the accuracy and fidelity of the tool. Therefore, you do not see reflected in the numbers in that second tier, the ICF-IID, the complete number of assessments that have been conducted year to date, and I mean calendar year to date. So let me move now to the current level of services on all the waivers. You have seen this each time that we've presented. I do want to remind you that each waiver, again, as I mentioned earlier, has a unique waiver year based on how that is submitted to and subsequently approved by CMS. While we all recognize that the demand or the wait list for these particular waivers continues to grow, I would also note, if you look across the top, that the number of individuals that are actively supported, actively served also continues to grow over the waiver year. And we also have a significant number of open invitations. In other words, invitations that have been extended to eligible individuals, and that's particularly for the health and wellness. So now I would like to share some data that demonstrates the positive impact of some of the systemic policy and procedural changes that we've implemented over this last year. You'll see specifically on the screen that I'm highlighting assisted living trends, and that is intentional. We've used assisted living to demonstrate at a more granular level the impact of process improvements over the last 12 months. Because the service of assisted living is uniquely identified with the setting in which the service is delivered. So it makes it easy to track and identify those unique recipients. I would also like to stress that the data that you see before you is based on paid claims, not slots assigned, not actively using services or slots, but these are actual paid claims, not submitted, but paid claims. So we view this report each month, and each month we see updates, obviously, in the total of paid claims or unique claims. So when you see the green highlights, that's reflective that that number increased when we last looked at it. So that is why you are only seeing data through the end of the calendar year 25, as it would be more reflective of what is actually occurring, again, because it's based on paid claims. So what I would like to draw your attention to is that in this unique time frame, if I look at January 25 through December of 25, we witnessed a 40% increase in the number of unique monthly paid claims for individuals receiving assisted living just from January to July. Why do I reference that? In January of 2025, as the new administration took their seat, we implemented a new policy where individuals had 180 days from the date of being invited to a waiver slot to complete all the necessary steps for eligibility and begin active service. If that timeline was not met, we placed that slot back into the queue so that we might invite other individuals in need that were on the waiting list. So you can see the impact of that as well as other process improvements. We've also worked intently on our waiting list processes and the invitation process. So for this current state fiscal year 26, overall, we saw a 53% increase in new enrollments for assisted living services as compared to the first 6 months of state fiscal year 25. The first 6 months of state fiscal year 25 were the first 6 months that followed the implementation of pathways. So again, we're seeing the impact of those process improvements and those policy changes.
Can I ask a couple quick questions? That
Certainly.
the 53% increase, is that in actual slots or is that in humans? In other words, some people passed away or moved away or left.
This is actual individuals being served. This is based on paid claims. So unique members, paid claims.
So if somebody passed away or moved, right, you would need to replace that person and another person, right, to get to that number.
Indeed, indeed. So you truly can see the efficacy of the changes. Obviously, as we've been able to reissue those unused slots, we are increasing capacity. The last note, Secretary Roob, that I was going to make is it's not just in the assisted living queue. That service is used to demonstrate the impact at that level. But if you look at the all individuals, unique individuals on health and wellness and pathways, you see continued growth in the number of individuals, unique individuals actively receiving services.
Okay, can you go back to the previous slide? The wait list slide.
Yes.
What percentage of individuals, I'll just pull one out, on the health and wellness website wait list that are taken out, that are quote invited, close quote, off the wait list? What percentage would you say actually become eligible for services?
We're still lasering in on that, but it looks like it's around 50% of those individuals. I think for the, Holly, I'm looking at you, for the family support waiver, we're seeing about 65 to 67%. So when you look at those waiting lists, that's such a great point, wonderful question. Not all of the individuals on the waiting list will be found eligible or will ultimately decide to utilize those services. The other thing that I would like to highlight, and we are working to identify this number, individuals may be registered or may reside on each of the waiting lists. So we could have an individual that's on the family support waiver wait list, that's on the health and wellness waiver wait list, and on the TBI waiver wait list. So these are not unduplicated or unique individuals. So please keep that in mind as well. Okay. I think that was all that I wanted to cover on this. We continue to track this. We're going to speak a little bit more later in the presentation to money follows the person. This was recently added to our internal metric on this particular data presentation. But we have seen and we are seeing an increase also in money follows the person. We did have a pause in that program through September of 2025. And so we had a bit of a slow launch, but now we are beginning to see, particularly in November, December, January, and February, significant uptick in utilization of that program. So the next thing that I want to do, we've talked about slots and we've talked about numbers enrolled and how many individuals are actively serving. So let's talk about cost of care. We'll layer on to what our partners in Office of Medicaid Policy and Planning shared earlier. Historically, we have only presented data on the waiver spend for the population that we support, and you are going to be seeing that presented differently. We have laid out on the slide in front of you, first of all, in the far left, that is the active slot count. That means the number of slots that we have assigned to individuals. That doesn't mean they're necessarily being utilized. It could be the individuals in the queue. The next column, what you see is what is the average authorized budget. So each person, based on their needs, after a planning process, has an amount that is authorized in their budget. So that is the average authorized waiver budget for each of those categories. If you move over to, it would be the fifth, but the fourth column of numbers, we're now going to be looking at the data that is shared publicly by our actuarials partners, Deloitte. When you see state fiscal year 26 enrollment, That is based on claims. So that is based on services rendered, not unique slot count. So you will see a difference. Sometimes I get questioned. I see numbers posted on your website, and let's just take the first row. It says only 24,408 individuals are enrolled, and you are telling me that you have nearly 26,000 slots filled. That is the reasoning. So one is that unique count in that first row that we can't reassign those. And when you look at the first number of enrollment as indicated by our actuarial partners, that is based on individuals actively claiming services. So either for the month or for the year to date. Then what you see using those same numbers from Deloitte, in the next to the last column is our projected average waiver spend per member per year. So you can see what's authorized in the third column, what it looks like we will spend per year per member. And then in this final column, this is the total Medicaid spend. So state plan and waiver spend. So as an example, you will see on the family support waiver, while we project on the waiver side that the per member per year spend is a little over 14,000, we know that the total Medicaid spend is a little more than double that. When we look at our comprehensive waiver, the total Medicaid spend per member per year is just slightly higher than the projected waiver spend. Again, that's a more comprehensive waiver and wrap and model of care. I believe Kathy Leonard in the OMPP presentation referenced efforts around health and wellness and attendant care and some of the issues that have been highlighted over the past couple of years. You continue to see, while the average waiver spend per year is projected at 55.5, just under that, a significant amount is projected to be spent on state plan. Again, not quite double, but a significant amount. Why is this important? This is important because we really need to begin to look at a new model of care coordination. I appreciated, Christina, as you were referencing First Steps and FGRBI, Family Guided Routines-Based Intervention. And Teresa, as you talked about the successes that we've had in employment and the partnerships and our efforts around systemic transformation. What we do know is our current model of care has not kept pace. We aren't achieving the quality outcomes that we want for our members. This isn't just about cost. This is about quality of care and outcomes that improve quality of life for Hoosiers in need. So we need to look at, and we are looking at, how do we create a sustainable long-term service and support system? Doesn't say waiver. Long-term services and support in home and community. That includes not only waiver, but it includes the state plan spend. So how do we improve the quality of care coordination and the outcomes that our members are achieving? We're going to do this, and we are doing this through our continued partnership within the agency, working across OMPP, DMHA, OECOSL, DDARS. So I'm going to borrow a page from Kathy Leonard's playbook. Let's imagine that we had an additional $147 million in DDARS to support the individuals that are eligible for the home and community-based services housed within that division. If we use $65,000, and that is the weighted average of that far right column per year per member as the cost of care, total care for long-term services and supports. If we had that amount of money, we could serve an additional 2,261 individuals. You say, well, yeah, an additional $147 million, Kelly, where's that going to come from? We don't see any new money falling off a tree. We don't think there's going to be any additional state or federal appropriation. Okay, I'm there with you. But if we improved our model of care coordination, if we truly were wrapping around individuals in a comprehensive manner, and I took into account that right now, DDARS serves in those home and community-based waivers a little more than 49,000 people. If I could find a way to save $3,000 per year, per member, those 49,000 individuals, guess what? That equals $147 million. $3,000 per year, not per month, per year. What I'm trying to demonstrate here is, no, it's not simple, but it is simple. This is about all of us working together. Let's think about quality of life. If we could save 3 to 4 non-emergency trips to an emergency room for an individual because of better coordinated care, if we could avoid psychiatric admissions and or avoidable hospital stays, that could be anywhere from $500 to $15,000 per episode. If we could ensure that we didn't have overutilization of services, and I give an example of 7 hours per month of rehab or an additional service, that's $3,000 per year. 7 hours per month, less than 2 hours per week. So I'd ask each of us to think of that. Is there overprescribing of medications because there's lack of coordination of care? Or are we duplicating care coordination activities and services across state plan, across waiver, across programs, across funding sources? We are dedicated to a new model of care coordination and better outcomes for the individuals that we support. And part of that is our system transformation. We want improved employment outcomes, because guess what? You said it best. Employment changes lives. It changes through the trajectory of an individual's lives and their family's lives. And it's also, by the way, cost effective for the individual. They have dollars to do the things they love. And they're less reliant on some of those public supports. And part of that system transformation is waiver reset. I'm not going to spend a lot of time here, but you're going to hear us talk about this probably every week or every month for several months until we hit our target. Our goal is to simplify the system, to improve support or care coordination, to enhance the quality of outcomes so that we're really achieving meaningful outcomes for the individuals that we support, not just rendering or delivering services. And finally, that the service that we put in place is sustainable. We owe that to the Hoosiers that we support. There shouldn't be uncertainty. It shouldn't be a roller coaster. We should have a sustainable system at play. So we've been working on this since 2016. We've been engaging with stakeholders, and we heard from them. They said, the model's outdated. It's not meeting our needs. It's not sustainable. We need something better. We need something different. So now we are looking at how do we get there? What's it going to look like? An entirely new array of waiver support and a new way of looking at care coordination. So when we think about this new model, it isn't just that we're going to manage the waiver services or the waiver budget that the individual has been afforded. This is going to be about, let's sit down, what is this person's life? What is their need? And let's look at this long-term services and support across state plan, across waiver, and other community resources. How do we connect and coordinate and improve? So our framework has 3 legs. We have 3 levers built into this process as we think about a new array of waivers and a new model of care coordination within our home and community-based services and DDARS. One would be we're going to have support needs tiers. You know that we've implemented those new level of care eligibility tools. Those are going to be used to help us identify the needs of the individuals that we currently support, so that we can say, this is who we're serving, this is the typical need, these are typically the services that they utilize, and we will establish those tiers. Then we will have support budget tiers. That is done separately. Given what we know with our state and federal appropriation, there will be tiers and ranges of budgets that will identify the available funding according to the particular tier. And finally, we will design, by design, the number of waivers and the number of slots that are assigned to those waivers and criteria in order to ensure that we have a clear and sustainable path forward. As I move to what the future holds, I do want to reference something that has occurred recently, and I'm sure I'm going to get questions about later. Case management or care coordination, as I have emphatically stated, is fundamental to all that we are doing. It really is the success of the individuals we support. So we have recently completed a request for proposals process. We are moving to what is referred to as a B4 waiver that allows us to have selective contracting for entities to provide the service of case management. That waiver will walk alongside the waivers that are housed within the division. The preliminary awards have been announced. 5 entities that will support individuals statewide have been posted. That's on our IDOA, Indiana Department of Administration website. We are beginning to work in negotiating those contracts with a targeted effective date of those contracts of June 1. Our Bureau of Disability Services is reaching out to individuals and families with information packets. Those should be arriving this week, depending on how the mail service, but those are coming to homes via U.S. Postal Services. We will also be scheduling meet and greets throughout the state, in person and virtually, so that families, individuals can meet prospective case management companies. Any individual needing to transition to a new case management entity will need to do so by the 15th of July. Anyone not having made a selection at that time, we will auto assign, with individuals having the option later to choose another. And that will all be effective on August the 1st. We say that because as we move toward implementing waiver reset at the close of calendar year 2027 or the launch of calendar year 2028, we have some things that are certain. We know that phase 1 will include some technical assistance and support around care coordination to improve the outcomes. Our current model of case management being awarded is a value-based payment model, so we are moving toward outcomes. We are also looking as one of the waivers in a new array. It will be a youth waiver that is based on stakeholder feedback. It's also notable that 60% of the individuals on the family support waiver are under the age of 22, and over 80% of individuals on that wait list are under 18 years of age. In addition, we've heard loudly and clearly, we all know there are unique needs of youth. I think that was stressed during the DMHA presentation, and that population has access to entitlement services. Phase 2 will be full implementation of that support needs budget framework across all our waivers, that new array for the 21 plus population. I would also like to note before I move on, I'm going to click here. I'm trying to watch my time. We also are looking at modernizing our institutional capacity I don't necessarily like that framework, but I think it best describes what we're looking at. We do have a small population that are served in supervised group living, SGLs, or group homes. But we also have historically operated two CRMNFs, Comprehensive Rehabilitation Management Need Facilities, in the state. In 2024, one of those two CRMNFs closed. It is not operated by the state. It is a private entity that operates that through a contract with the state. The CRMNF serves at maximum 20 to 25 individuals per facility. And these are individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities who most often have dual diagnosis. They have very acute and high-risk challenges, and they do need more structured, comprehensive services in the area of behavioral and psychiatric support. Many times, these individuals are transitioning from a state psychiatric hospital, so this actually is a move to a less restrictive environment. And if you'll go back to our presentation from DMHA, we do have long wait lists for our state psychiatric hospitals, and we have several individuals that are currently residing in state psychiatric hospitals that need to transition from those to a less restrictive environment.
Can you tell me how many of those individuals do you believe have an SUD diagnosis?
We don't have that number. It is something actually that we are interested
Yeah,
in
it's important that we
uncovering.
get that number because that has a lot to do with how we fund it.
Yes. So we did release a request for information in February. It is our goal in the coming fiscal year, not the current, but the coming fiscal year, to build out or replace that CRMNF. I will note that we currently do not have capacity to serve women who are in need of this structured setting. The one remaining CRMNF is male only. Just some quick metrics on our supervised group living. The number of beds that we had from last fiscal year to current has reduced slightly. The average cost that you see stated here does not include the CRMNF. So these are the smaller group homes, 4 to 8 person, that are in our communities. We are seeing a bit higher vacancy rate this fiscal year. The number of applications really hasn't declined significantly. And we are seeing some growth in interest. However, we're not seeing a lot of those applications actually moving to acceptance. So another prong of our institutional modernization is we really need to look at the structure of those group homes that currently exist in the state, so that we can serve individuals with higher acuity or higher need. This is just a quick overview of, this is the waiver spend in Medicaid versus a very small portion that we use in state appropriation. As you can see, most of the funding for BEADS is Medicaid. What I will note is we spend a larger portion of money. It doesn't align necessarily with the population numbers. Obviously, that comprehensive waiver is a higher spend. The good news is on our Medicaid expenditures as reported. We are trending below projections, so that's a good variance. We have been trending, you will see in that second to the last column, the spend has been higher than it was in the previous fiscal year. However, that margin is narrowing. And we believe that is due to many of our efforts internally around care coordination, looking at high cost utilization. So we will continue to track that with our partners at Deloitte. No real concerns on the overall financial summary. We are projecting to come right in at budget or slightly under. This is the DDRS financial summary. As you'll recall, until July 1, we're officially two separate divisions, Division of Aging and Division of Disability and Rehabilitative Services. So these are the three bureaus that are housed in that traditional DDRS. You will see when you look at each of those that we project a positive, if you will, significant variance coming in on well under our projected spend. I'm going to spend some time as I close out on our Bureau of Better Aging. Aaron Wright is in the audience with us. The Bureau of Better Aging is the designated state unit on aging. As you know from past, the AAAs receive a significant portion of the funding through the Bureau. That is through grants and contracts. About 67% of funding for services and support is funneled through the AAAs. The majority of the direct services that are available through these awards are delivered through local service providers that contract with the AAAs. The aging is in the process of developing recommendations for potential realignment or consolidation of the current 16 areas that you see here as part of modernization that was mandated in some 2025 legislation that we study that. I would like to note that a variety of funds support the Bureau's home and community-based services. Half of that's federal, a little over a third is state funding. That's primarily choice. And then the remainder is through local match program income, predominantly client donations. We've served over 22,000 individuals through February, primarily older females who are low income, that live alone, and have a number of risk factors related to independent daily living. The bar charts reflect the waiting list by individual programs. And we are continuing, Aaron, correct me, we are continuing to kind of validate and clean up those waiting lists. There were always some unique, if you will, methods by AAA. The network has come together and made some improvements in that, but we're continuing to refine that so that we have better lens on who is waiting and what the need actually is. The AAAs also support nutrition services with the goal to provide high quality, person-centered services that promote health and well-being by addressing food insecurity, hunger, malnutrition, while also enhancing socialization. It really isn't just about the food. Through February, we have served over 1.1 million nutritionally balanced meals to approximately 21,000 Hoosiers. On average, there are 50,000 meals served per month through 226, and you see those reflected here on that heat map in the center, congregate nutrition sites. So that map just shows the distribution with the larger circles showing the size, if you will, or the volume of that congregate setting. Aaron was kind enough to share a story with me. We're going to change the name. This is Mrs. T. We'd like you to meet her. She's vibrant. She's a 72-year-old retiree, and she frequents one of our 226 congregate nutrition sites. After she lost her husband unexpectedly a few years ago, she found herself navigating the complexities of widowhood while also struggling with health issues, including diabetes and arthritis. And as she was adjusting to life on her own, she encountered challenges in maintaining a healthy diet. And limited by her fixed income, she often had to choose between paying for her medication or buying nutritional groceries. Since discovering the congregate nutrition site, her life has taken a positive turn. There, she not only receives well-balanced meals, but she finds a supportive community that lifts her spirits. Through those shared meals, and heartfelt conversations with fellow older adults, Mrs. T has found solace and companionship in her grief. And the nutrition site has become more than just a place to eat. It's a sanctuary where she feels understood, valued, and cared for. So you will see in these financials, and I would thank Joy Williams, our controller, who pulls all these together for us. She's in the audience today. We are anticipating that we're going to come in under projections on the spend. Some of this is due to, we referenced the need to remap or redistrict. Because of the way the funding are allocated and based on some formulas, we can't really effectively redistribute dollars. So that is one of the reasons that we are looking at changing the map as well as how we work with our partners so that we can get as many of these dollars to the individuals in need and at the community level. It would also be the same for Title III. These federal funds with state match provide meals and various home and community-based services and supports. Some of these federal dollars will carry forward into the next fiscal year, obviously because of the federal fiscal funding year. I would also like to highlight our access to services and information. We are continuing to refine data so that we can get cost of services. This does vary by our area agencies on aging or by particular AAA. But the individual entities continue to support us in information and referral and waitlist management, supporting individuals with Medicaid application assistance and access to those critical home services. I'd also like to highlight our Dementia Outreach Specialist Program. This focuses on building partnerships and with healthcare providers and community organizations that strengthens the support. Much like First Steps, it really is about building family and a care team around the individual that's within the community to improve outcomes. By connecting families to appropriate resources and services, the Dementia Outreach Specialist helps individuals remain safely and comfortably in their homes. The specialists enhance the quality of life for people with dementia and their caregivers through proactive community education and collaboration. So we have a story here up on the screen, but this story really highlights the support that this DCSP program provides to people that are living with dementia, as well as their caregivers and their families. The names have been changed just to protect the privacy of the individuals, but through the DSCP program and other programs, which are both initiatives of the Dementia Strategic Plan, this particular family was able to create a plan for continued care in the home that leans on community connections. The family now has a network of community support for their loved ones, and this is how many similar stories exhibiting how the DCSP model provides a necessary community connection, keeping individuals at home as long as possible and supporting the caregivers to do so. Kathy, I'm going to let you speak a little bit to money follows the person. There are some highlights here in particular, but I'm going to let you lean into this one.
Yeah, just to briefly speak to Kelly's earlier sentiment about the pause for MFP. We've obviously unpaused that back in August and September, so you can see an increase or an uptick both in the folks who are active in MFP, but also those individuals who've been invited. We currently have, I believe, a budget request pending with our friends at CMS for additional dollars for this next year for MFP. We're anticipating a similar number of folks being supported, hopefully continuing to see additional growth in that program. As you may know, states who are participating in Money Follows the Person get an additional or enhanced federal match for 365 days of the individual's participation in that waiver support services during their participation in that Money Follows the Person. And that obviously helps us from a fiscal standpoint, but also from a sustainability measure of helping individuals transition out of eligible institutional settings to community-based options.
So thank you, Kathy. We're very pleased with the progress. Again, the utilization of the capacity or the slots that we have available for this demonstration grant. We started at a 36% utilization. We're now up to 56%. You're going to continue to see that trending up. I would also note that Money Follows the Person is often individuals transitioning from nursing facilities, as Kathy noted, and other institutions, but predominantly nursing facilities. When I looked at the paid claims for both health and wellness and pathways for aging in February of 2026, 70% of those were individuals who had transitioned from nursing facilities to assisted living. So you're going to see a significant projected overage or variance. We're going to have some dollars left on the table. That is because of that pause. Some of those federal dollars, the federal funds, will carry forward. I want to highlight a couple of more things. Our residential care and assistance program. We've made some significant changes there. Kathy, Aaron, and I recently visited. We continue to see 75% of these individuals are experiencing some form of mental health disorder, such as PTSD, bipolar conditions, acute anxiety, and severe depression. The residential care and assistance program often serves as a transition. It is not a forever home. So these are individuals that were often homeless or housing insecure prior to having access to this program. We were able, through efforts supported by leadership, to make adjustments, increase the rate for residential care and assistance in January of this year, which that had not been done for well over a decade. And that's had significant impact in being able to sustain this very worthwhile program. And I'm going to highlight one last thing, Adult Protective Services. Please look at this information. But one of the things that we're most proud of, and one of the most significant changes that we have seen in this new model that was rolled out last July, is the increase in service plans. Service plans are required for all substantiated cases of abuse, neglect, exploitation per the state code. And so our adult protective service units coordinate with the endangered adult supports as well as other health and community agencies, including AAAs, for services that are needed and necessary to maintain their safety, health, and well-being. So that is a significant change from the prior model. So more to come. We are running according to budget on adult protective services, as well as our long-term care ombudsman. We continue to make those proactive visits as well as at-risk and emergent call-outs. Overall, the Bureau of Better Aging is on firm financial footing. Again, we're projected to end the fiscal year with a significant variance. That is it. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have a couple of questions that came in online from Jason McManus, President and CEO of the Wabash Center. First is, there's an agreement that community employment has life-changing and long-standing positive impact for persons with disabilities, and saw outcomes toward this greatly improve when there was a programmatic and fiscal commitment to move the needle. Will there be a greater emphasis on employment in waiver reset? And will there be efforts to draw down all available federal dollars to support this important initiative?
Can I answer that simply? Yes and yes. Yes. employment is a significant piece of systemic transformation, and waiver reset is foundational. And I won't speak for Secretary Roob, but I think it is our, our intent. It's, to leverage as much of the federal dollars as we can. But we will leave that to individuals across the street to make that final decision.
And the last question is, if some number of individuals less than 100%, 50% on the H&W waiver, do not ultimately end up in services for a variety of reasons, and if one of those reasons is eligibility, meaning they are determined to be ineligible after they are pulled from the wait list, would additional eligibility checks / verification on the front end while someone is still on the waiting list not reduce the amount of people waiting for services that they ultimately are not eligible and free up spots for those who are?
Well, that is a very good question. We have made a change in process a year ago. Individuals now do not go on the waiting list unless they have been found to be functionally eligible. So that would be that nursing facility level of care or that ICF-IID level of care. So we know that one of the prongs of eligibility has been met. The other prong of that, though, is Medicaid financial eligibility. We have looked at that. Should we demand or should we require Medicaid financial eligibility in order to go on the waiting list? A distinction that individuals do need to be made aware of is that long-term services and support. So if an individual needs to access a nursing facility or they have been approved for a home and community-based waiver, that's considered a long-term service and support, there is a special income limit that is afforded for that waiver. So there would be individuals, if they were assessed for Medicaid financial eligibility prior to being granted a waiver slot, they would be denied eligibility when otherwise they would have been financially eligible with the waiver. So that is the current rationale for the process.
All right, thank you. Please, no one go anywhere. We are going to take about a minute to set up, and then we will begin Secretary Roob's presentation.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. For those who don't know, my name is Mitch Roob, and I serve as the Secretary of Family and Social Service Administration. Before we began, you heard a brief piece of the overture to the musical 1776. And 1776 is my favorite musical. In fact, it is the only musical that I would willingly watch twice. That overture is optimistic, forward-looking, because we are approaching the 250th birthday of the United States of America. In anticipation of that anniversary, I've been reading to reconnect with what the framers and the founders intended. And the two books that I commend to you, they are Walter Isaacson's The Greatest Sentence Ever Written. That sentence, of course, being, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And Michael Carmen's The Framers' Coup, that gives a detailed description of how the Constitution was actually framed and from the Articles of Confederation. These works and the documents they illuminate represent the very best of Enlightenment era writing and governance. They remind us that our nation's foundational text created protections from government, not protections delivered by government. They defined negative, not positive rights. In a speech earlier this month at the University of Texas, Justice Clarence Thomas put it better than I ever could. The Declaration of 1776 provides us with the principles to guide us as citizens of our republic. Even in this time of questioning, criticism of our founding, we should not forget that the Declaration established principles and procedures despite all of our imperfections, our miscues, our tragic mistakes. It gave us the freest, wealthiest, and most powerful nation in the history of the world. It provided the moral principles by which Frederick Douglass, Abraham Lincoln, and Martin Luther King could criticize the institutions of slavery and segregation. The Declaration is, in fact, along with the Gospels, one of the greatest anti-slavery documents in Western civilization. It did not establish a form of government. That work was left for the framers of the Constitution. But it stated the purpose of government. The Declaration made it clear in clear prose that the purpose of government is to protect our God-given unalienable rights, rights that all individuals equally possess. And that brings us today to the discussion of work requirements. So what does any of this have to do with work requirements? It is undeniable, and you may disagree philosophically, but it remains undeniably true that neither the Constitution nor the Declaration of Independence contains a single positive right. None. Positive rights are things government must provide. The founders never enumerated them, in my opinion, because they do not actually exist. Healthcare is perceived as a positive right. Healthcare is, in fact, an entitlement. It is something we choose to provide through public policy, and because it is a positive right, we must administrate it, or entitlement, we must administrate it responsibly, sustainably, and fairly. In the United States, our healthcare coverage is structured for better or worse. It is built on employer-sponsored health insurance, and it has been from the beginning of health insurance in America. You can like it or dislike it. You can prefer universal health care, but the reality is our system is anchored in work. Indiana's Medicaid program is designed to do two things: to provide coverage to people who cannot be part of the commercial system, children, the blind, aged, and disabled. These are individuals who, through no fault of their own, are outside the structure that allow most of those of us in this room to earn our health insurance. We provide these services because we believe that every human being carries the spark of the Creator, a spark that compels us to ensure they live as secure, a fruitful, and dignified life as possible and as we can afford. Second, to assist able-bodied adults in earning through their healthcare coverage through work, education, training, or community service. Before Obamacare, 20 years ago, Indiana created the Healthy Indiana Plan with this very specific purpose: to provide coverage for the uninsured, low-income working Hoosiers, the working poor. Emphasis on the word working. We created a high-deductible plan designed to require contributions and personal responsibility to obtain coverage in Medicaid, tailored to those who were working but still could not afford traditional coverage. From the start, the Healthy Indiana Plan paired caring, or our compassion, our willingness to help, with responsibility, the member's role in maintaining eligibility. This pairing is the reason HIP 1.0 and later HIP 2.0 exists in the first place. There is an enormous psychological, financial, and physical value to having health insurance. Insurance ensures access to maintenance medication. It protects families from catastrophic costs. It keeps people working. And very plainly, it helps people avoid financial ruin, because medical bills remain one of the top drivers of personal financial bankruptcy in the United States. Our responsibility message is simple. We will meet you with assistance, but you must meet us with effort. And that brings up the upcoming work requirements. Beginning on January 1st of 2027, eligible HIP members must complete 80 hours per week. Pardon. Yeah, it's not Goldman Sachs. 80 hours per month in work, education, training, or community service. To apply or renew, individuals must show 3 consecutive months of compliance before their application months. This is a look-back requirement. Let's walk through it. If you apply or renew your coverage in January, you must show that you worked at least 80 hours in each of October, November, and December. If you don't work in January, even if you work in February and March, the April quarterly check will find you not eligible because in January you were non-compliant. I am relatively sure that if I were to quit my job as the FSSA secretary, and I am not, unfortunately for many of you, I'm not planning on doing that, I would lose my insurance effective May 1st, which is Friday, right? Insurance is part of working in America. But if you lose that in April, you do have the right to appeal, giving you 1 month of additional coverage. So again, if you have worked in February, March, and April, you may reapply in May to receive HIP coverage. Yes, it is complicated, but so are taxes. We all figured out how to pay our taxes April 5th, 15th, or many of us would be probably in jail. This is not your doctor's job to keep you eligible. It is not the hospital's job to keep you eligible. It is not the health plan's job to keep you eligible. It is not even FSSA's job to keep you eligible. It is the recipient's responsibility. It is their personal responsibility. We will help. Your doctor's office will help. Your health plan will help. The hospital will help. But people will do what they can do when they want to. They need to want to. There are 14 exemptions, and I'll read a few of these. These include pregnancy, medical frailty, caregivers of young or disabled dependents, individuals in treatment programs, and those already compliant with SNAP TANF requirements. My advice to stakeholders is over the next several months, become familiar with these exemptions. They will make an enormous difference in people's lives, and they may call on you to help them navigate this system. Now, maintaining eligibility is a responsibility for members. I've stated that. But ensuring program integrity is our responsibility. Waste, fraud, and abuse are not welcome in Indiana. Too many rotten apples in the Medicaid barrel are abusing the generosity of the state, and we are aggressively pursuing efforts to remove them. During the pandemic, federal rules limited our ability to disenroll eligible members, and spending ballooned. Oversight was more difficult. We are correcting that now. CMS has outlined several watch areas, including ABA therapy, home health, attendant care, FQACs, DME, CCBHCs, competency restoration, maternal and infant health payments, and more. And you see them listed on the page. If you are a provider in one of these categories, expect increased oversight from FSSA and from the United States federal government in CMS and the U.S. Attorney's Office. Indiana has identified concerns in many of these same areas. We are addressing them through transparency, audits, and corrective action. Let me highlight ABA therapy. Last time I was here, as I've stated before, ABA therapy did not exist. This year, we'll spend something in the $600 million range on ABA therapy. The Wall Street Journal recognized that Indiana, but not in a good way. They said Indiana became the nation's hotbed for booming autism therapy industry, home of 9 of the top 10 providers by per patient spending in 2023. I met with providers earlier this year, and I will share this message with you. If you have operated in an unethical way during the COVID emergency spending spree, it is in your interest to go see Jordan, our general counsel, sooner or later before he comes to visit with you. Specifically regarding ABA therapy, moving forward, we have a state plan amendment that is pending before CMS that includes a 4,000-hour lifetime cap, modifies rates, requires accreditation, and increase audits. increases audit. It also has a 6-month moratorium on new ABA sites. And let me say this, we are awaiting guidance on this and on work requirements from CMS. So as usual, in a moment, I will attempt to answer questions. It is quite possible that my answer will be, we are awaiting guidance from CMS because we simply haven't been told yet. Lastly, I want to talk about making Medicaid boring again and kind of where we are and level set. Our goal is to make Medicaid boring again, predictable, clear, stable, because predictable is good for families, providers, and for taxpayers. Indiana, this data indicates that Indiana has some of the highest total spending per enrollee in the nation. That's up significantly from 2019 when we were 28th. This is Medicaid reimbursement. And you'll notice that we are currently at 0.96. In other words, we are paying 96% of Medicare rates. Now, these aren't my numbers. These are the Kaiser Family Foundation's and the Urban Institute's numbers. So if you don't like them, you can go dispute, you are welcome to dispute their rationale. For these reasons, we are exploring whether Indiana should begin to decouple parts of its rate structure from Medicare's annual increase. Because we must get cost growth down to 2%, which is the growth rate trajectory of the General Revenue Fund, not 9.5%, not 4%. If we do not, Medicaid will continue to cannibalize K through 12, higher ed, and every other general fund priority. So today, as we talk about work requirements, exemptions, program integrity, remember this: Indiana pairs caring with responsibility. HIP was built to help the working poor, and we remain committed to helping people who earn their health care while we protect the taxpayers who fund it. We will continue to build a Medicaid program that is predictable, sustainable, and worthy of the public trust. Let me close by saying I could not agree more with Teresa Colazar that employment changes lives. It's more than just income. It's a sense of well-being on yourself, a sense of personal responsibility. We need to help people understand that. Teresa does a wonderful job doing that. We all need to understand that a job is more than a paycheck. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer questions on the off chance you have some.
You could just raise your hand. I will give you the mic so you can ask a question in front of everyone. All right.
So the answer to the other question is my second favorite musical is Sound of Music.
Okay, everyone, thank you for attending the Indiana Family and Social Services Administration's quarterly financial review. The presentations as well as the slides will be posted online. Thank you.